Okay, so Team 2 banned Molly.
Hello. We are live,
Hello.
by the way. I think I managed to get everything working. You should be able to see my screen and stuff.
Well done, well done. We believed in you.
Thank you. It was harder than you thought, trying to do everything in a matter of seconds.
Okay, so we are in phase 2 of draft. We are a little concerned about the economy of Team 1.
Oh, okay. No gold civs on their team?
They have Shaka and Peter. And it looks like Team 2 is also concerned about Team 1's ability to make gold because they've banned Molly and Cree. So what's left to make gold?
I guess welcome to the poverty team.
So probably most. No, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead. You were speaking first. Go ahead.
I mean, most common thing would probably be to pick a naval civ and hope to trade navally to one of your teammates here to compensate for you having. Okay. Never mind.
They have committed to bankruptcy. Full pillage economy.
Wow. So Team 1 here, they've picked 3 civs that make no money. That's what just happened here? Because is this a signal that they're going to be like, we're just going to all in you in classical?
Probably they have like Alexander here would be more of a double down with Shaka and hopefully spawn with an enemy in between.
Oh my god, it gets spicier. Oh, I thought that was actually an Aztec pick.
Might still be, huh? Okay, so this very much feels like Team 1 is just going for comfort picks more instead of like trying to fill out their like team comp in
A logical way.
yeah.
No, I wonder, is this a symptom of like it being a best of 3 in that you can play like kind of silly in the first game? You can go like, let's just play our comfort picks. We won't go for like a cohesive strategy. We're just going to try to play our best game. Or what do you think? I'm only now getting caught up into the game because I just had to prepare my stream. I'm sorry. I'm only catching up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can hope to high roll with some of the civs, like Aztec. If you start with an eagle, right? And if you open an eagle as well, you will have rather good opportunities to maybe find another player's city in the early game and kill it with just 2 eagles, or even 1 if it's on a floodplain.
Or
potentially,
could 2 eagles even kill like a city state as well and stuff like that?
yeah, sure. But the city states usually keep their warriors close around to help protect, and sometimes build multiple warriors, right? Well, usually players don't build another warrior if they don't have to, and use their warrior usually for scouting, especially if they don't know that Aztec is close by.
Makes sense.
But yeah, you can definitely look to farm city-states with the Aztec. Or maybe if you have a teammate close, he also sends his warrior, and you have a good chance of killing the CS.
Ah. Right, 2 seconds.
By the way, it looks like Jack was right. After losing, after being completely steamrolled by Jack playing Hungary last Sunday, Fiercest is now trying his hand at Hungary.
Really?
That's nice to see.
Is Fiercest not known for playing Hungary? Because Hungary was huge last weekend.
It was, right? I think so. Based on what Jack told us, it sounded like he and Fiercest had a conversation about it. Fiercest is not a believer in Hungary before he had a first-hand experience with it.
That, you know what? I could totally relate to that, because sometimes you think about something, you're like, Hungary could never work, and then you see people get rolled by it because no one's prepared for it, and then you're like, okay, Hungary works.
Hungary works if your team has gold and if your team has had the wherewithal to scout properly.
Yeah, because you need to actually meet the city-states, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
As we're getting ready to load into the game here, my people know who I am, but they don't know who you are. Could you guys introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I can go first. So, hi, I'm Cynth. I play on the team Zone of Control in 4v4s. And I'm here with m1oel, and Khornie said he's coming in just a second. Please hold on. So, m1oel, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, m1oel. I've played Civ for probably 4 years now in multiplayer. Played formerly for TBD and now for Civ Joe.
Great, and we'll get Khornie to introduce himself when he is here. I am Potato. I'm here to cast the game with these nice pro players who offered their expertise, and I'm going to be asking them a lot of questions about what's going on here. We've talked a little bit about the draft. I think the only thing left now is to really see the starting locations and who's close to who, and whether or not we'll see any remaps. I've noticed that people tend to remap even if they have like really good spawns, because they're just like, there's always that fear that like someone else rolled a really high one. So what goes through a player's mind when they're thinking about a remap?
Well, for my team, and I'm curious if this changes for m1oel's team at all, I think a big part is positioning. So there are a lot of different formats of competitive Civ. 4v4 is one of my favorites because I think it kind of balances out different spawns. So if someone has a bad spawn, someone else has a good spawn, like it doesn't feel so bad when you have a bad spawn as it does in like FFA or 2v2, where you just like, you can't win compared to someone who has a god spawn. 4v4 to me is a lot more about positioning and what you do with your position. So for us, remaps will most often happen if someone's picked a war civ and they seem to be complete free sim, or someone who isn't as comfortable frontline, or just maybe wasn't in the mood to play frontline that day, ended up with like a terrible frontline spot. So for us, it's more about the matchup. And then I think before we actually hit the yay or nay button on the remap, we do often check score, so you can see like how much tempo the other team seems to have in the first 8 turns of the game. And that could be a factor in your decision. Like, you know, if they've chosen Coupe and you want to see if that Coupe managed to get a settle in, like in the first like 3 turns of the game or something, you kind of do keep an eye on that. But that's definitely secondary to how you feel about your position.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
You can know a lot about your opponent's spawn just by looking at first the score and military strength. So usually the most common thing if you have a 2-2 base, so you spawn on a hill and then work another 2-2 tile, is that you will have 2 scouts out by turn 5. So if you meet the enemy team around turn 5, you will usually know what kind of spawn quality you have. And then as Synth said, you can look at the Empire score and see when they grow. So if they grow in 3 turns, they will have a free fruit base or working a potential like free 2 banana or similar. And you can always check the resource screen to see if they settled, say, a honey or a citrus or a gypsum or something that could drastically up their spawn quality.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, my game crashed. Oh God, I crashed out loading. Jesus. Yeah, that's really interesting. And do you take into consideration like, oh, his military score too? He jumped up by whatever a scout's military score is. So you're like, he's built 1, 2, 3, or he's actually going warriors, not scouts. Like, is that sort of thing something you guys keep an eye on as well?
Oh, for sure. Especially if one of those scouts is a Kree scout.
Yeah,
Those things
definitely.
are so strong and move so fast. And I think that's also like in my opinion, based on the games I've played against Barking Gang and like watched, I feel like 25% of all Barking Gang games are decided in the first like 20 turns of the game. Well,
They're very aggressive.
That's crazy. How do you feel about all that scouting information that you can get without actually seeing your opponents, looking at their scores, looking at when they grew, all that sort of stuff? Is that just now part of the game, or is it something you would prefer not to see? Like, do you prefer the unknown, or is it better that you can like be like, listen, guys, this is not going to go well. Let's just get a remap.
that's a good question.
I mean, it's hard to say honestly. Obviously, always having more information is in a way nice, and I feel like this have improved the game since, I mean, rather long time ago now though, but we didn't have the banners with military strength and stuff before, and then it kind of felt empty. But I don't know if that was me just being worse at that time as well. It's kind of hard to say.
It's always hard to tell. I think it adds a layer of strategy and analysis to the game that I think is valuable, because a lot of the game is based on luck, and we've done things to try to minimize the amount of luck involved. Like I think the new BBS that's coming out soon, TM, has made it impossible for you to spawn on top of gypsum, for example, because that extra prod just gives you so much tempo compared to someone who's just spawning like 2-1 base, working 2-2s. And I think giving you the information, like how many scouts your opponents have, is really valuable, because then you can use that information to make decisions about your game that require actual like skill and knowledge as opposed to just blind luck. So one thing I like to do is like you keep an eye on the number of scouts your opponent has, and if you are lucky enough to know exactly where all those scouts are, you know if you can move your settler around unescorted, or if it's likely that there's something in the fog.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I think that's something I like about having all of that information. I think it's valuable.
Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know if you guys ever played Age of Empires 2, but in Age of Empires 2, you could see your opponent's score. So when they spent all their resources to go up to the next age, their score would drop. So you're like, oh, damn, he just went up. Now I got to go up. So there was kind of like this hidden scouting mechanic, which kind of added a little bit of depth to the game. Now I need to like click here so I can reveal the map. Can you guys see my stream okay? You can see what I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
perfect.
too late, am I?
You're always late. Welcome, Khornie. Could you introduce yourself, Khornie?
Hello, I'm Khornie.
I thought you were going to leave it at hello. I was just like, hello. And then go silent.
I play in one of the CWC teams with m1oel, and I host this tournament with John and General that we're playing right now.
Brilliant. So you're one of the masterminds behind me losing my Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I think we've talked before. Did we cast a game together before?
I think so, yeah.
Brilliant. I think it was with Jack. That's right. I only vaguely remember that. So do you guys want to talk about the start locations now?
I do. So each team has one remap token, I think. Even is it for the whole best of 3 or is it for each game?
It's for each best of 3, I think, right?
I mean,
Hold
you're
on.
the manager here.
I guess it is now, since Khornie said it.
Don't take my word for it.
So whose start location would you guys like to have a look at? So I think regardless of the remap token, we'll know in like 6 turns. Taking a look at the Aztec start location, he's settled near horses that he hasn't revealed, but he's on a 2-1 base. He does have like a 1-3 and a couple 2-2s. I look at this and I don't see like the strongest start ever. How do you feel about it?
I would be crying for a remap. I mean, he sees 3 Luxes, and he needs irrigation for all 3 of those Luxes. Does he have a continent split?
In terms of continent split,
Nope.
he does kind of, but it's really far away, and it's towards Vietnam. So when she finds him,
he also doesn't know that he has it yet. So yeah, Aztec players would be crying. I think he would be crying for a remap.
Yeah, so a good possibility here that we see Team Hansa look for a remap here. How about Rome? Rome has kind of taken a weird spot. He moved a turn, I think it was, to settle on a plains hill on the coast. Is this like a usual move for Rome, or is this kind of wacky?
I think he went in place. He went in place.
Oh, maybe he did.
Yeah,
oh yeah, he wouldn't
yeah.
have a scout out now if he didn't.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's a decent. There's no reason for him to move, so I think that was normal. I think one thing we do before we look at the individual spawns, I think we look at the drafts and we ask ourselves what each team is hoping for out of their spawns and their positions. Like, so you have one team that has gone 2, I guess, arguably Aztecs, a war civ as well, but 2 civs that are strongest in that classical medieval era. And then they have a Russia. So they're probably hoping that their Russia can kind of sim to a win condition of some sort, probably culture victory. And that their war civs can Arel everyone else on the map so no one can defend culture victory. That's just that's my guess. Like if I picked those civs for my team, that's what we would hope for.
No, as a player, that totally makes sense to me. Is that, you know, you have 3 players essentially, like, you know, being the tanks, just like crab bucketing everyone else down, and then you have one player in the back line just simming away with a big smile on his face.
Mm-hmm. So I think if we look at the map from that team's perspective, Russia is protected by his Zulu friend to the south. Somewhat. How is Russia spawned?
Pretty fucking good.
It's
Pretty fucking good.
Or is this a family-friendly stream, actually? So
Yeah, just avoid, like probably general swear words are fine. Like if you want to say fuck, if you want to say shit, I would say avoid like, I don't know, like turbo racism and gender, like super, you know. Keep it like PG-18.
I won't do it today.
I think I can manage a couple of hours at least.
So Russia's got a pretty good spawn. If I were the Russia player, Gorbachev, I would be really enjoying this.
Now, do you know the Russian player Gorbachev? Is he someone who's known as?
And I accidentally clicked accept, and then I hit Control or Alt F4. So
that's the sort of mistake.
That anecdote.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Kapachak joining Du Hansa?
I mean, he has his signature, right? Which is pick whatever civ he gets and then go holy sites on it. Doesn't really matter the bonus or anything related to that.
Oh, so is he a little bit of a one-trick pony? Like he does the same sort of build every game? It's like, you know, I'm going religion, I'm going wonders, and I'm going culture.
He very much likes his religion. Sometimes he adds more theaters and wonders, as you say, and sometimes he, I don't know, goes campuses and stuff afterwards. But usually you will see him put holy site first in every single city of his.
Yeah.
He's most well known for crying on our mod server for buffing holy site civs. And never letting you forget the one time you lost versus him in FFA.
Someone in my chat told me Kabachok is a living legend. He once played an FFA with Jack and told him there was a wonder north of his capital. Jack then sent his first settler to the north just to get it snatched by Kabachok.
No.
So I'd say he does have a reputation.
That's amazing.
Oh, you were there? You remember it? Were you watching? Or
No, I was watching him, yeah.
that's
I
hilarious.
was actually playing the game, yeah.
That is hilarious. So is that a remap? I think one team
Yes.
voted yes. Okay.
So, as we predicted, Russia had a god spawn. Du Hansa did not remap. But
Yeah.
we didn't have time to fully check out Barking Gang spawns. I guess they didn't like it.
Their positionings were a little bit weird, and you can kind of infer from the shape of the map, like where people are, right? And be like, if
think
they're
they
like
might
in
have-
between us, it's bad.
I think they might have renap for the Vietnam actually, right? You can kind of see on the minimap that's a lot of floodplains and desert. It's
Des-
not what you want.
So, Khornie, remind me. Can you build forests on desert tiles?
No, you cannot. No matter how much you try.
Give it enough technology and time, maybe you'll pull it off. We'll see.
Civ 6 isn't quite there yet. Maybe
No.
Civ 7.
The technology doesn't yet exist. Why did he? Oh, this is France. I was like, this is like Norway's colors. Man, they're using all like wacky off colors. So I'm like, oh, it's Norway, but it's actually France.
That's
I think it's
probably
one
my...
of-
No,
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
just one of the standard French colors now, actually.
Yo,
One of the 4.
that's probably my favorite change to Civ. Being able to choose more colors. I feel like that was so nice.
Yeah, what we really need are like some Civ 6 loot boxes where you grind them out and then you pick new skins for your Civ. Like imagine like Jim Bro Gilgamesh. He just like has, weights and he's wearing like sweatpants.
Oh, yeah. That's how they continue making money off this game.
True. Like, I'm a genius. They should hire me 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
Was
Not
that
the worst idea in the world, yeah.
Khornie speaking there? Can you talk for a moment?
Yes, hello.
Who is it? m1oel that's really quiet?
It usually is.
The soft
Wow.
tones. I'm going to raise you up 200%, so please don't shout.
Uh-oh.
I try to avoid it.
You know what? You kind of strike me as an unpredictable wild card. One day you'll be really quiet, and maybe one day you might shout.
And
I
you
don't
will
think-
really... No, okay.
So, you go ahead this time, well.
I don't... And you will really regret raising my volume then.
Oh, God.
I think in the 2 or 3 years that I've known Well, I don't think I heard him shout a single time.
What about me, Khornie? What about me?
That we have beautiful friendship or something like that.
Uh-huh. The first thing that I learned about m1oel before I even met him, I learned this from Jessica, who said m1oel is the best person to have on your team if you're in an RL war because he's got the calmest vibes out of anyone in Civ 6. And I think that is true.
That's definitely the impression I got from him. Because he's very soft-spoken, very pleasant.
That's very nice to hear.
Okay. Where's Russia?
Russia.
It looks like Russia has a really shitty tundra. Look to the right, I think. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Not a lot of forests, not a lot of resources, not a lot going on here. So tell me, you see this spawn as Russia. How do you feel?
Maybe not the worst thing in the world.
Really? Why not the worst thing in the world?
I mean, it can always be worse, I guess. I mean,
So,
I didn't see
love the
anyone above
optimism.
him, right? I didn't see anyone above him, so he might just have a lot of time to do whatever he wants to.
Yeah, he has a huge amount of
Yeah.
space to free sim here, and 2 city-states acting as buffers.
Again.
Like, Mohenjo-Daro might be levied against him by Hungary, but even so, he can just kill that, right?
I mean, even a mediocre spawn is quite alright if you have a half-cost holy site.
True. Actually, taking a look at his spawn, he does have some high quality like deer tiles, a little bit of stone, plenty of chops as well around. he doesn't have an easy. I guess I was going to say he doesn't have like an easy 2/2 base aside from the stone. That's probably where I would have settled as well.
Yeah.
He has like a +3 holy site here too, or a campus, whatever he decides to go for. So I'd say this is like a pretty reasonable start. Good mix of growth, good mix of production. So you would say that you're pretty happy with the start.
It's alright.
I mean, the tundra is kind of low quality.
I think I would consider something like God of Craftsman here for those horses. Or maybe religious settlements for these 4 diamonds. Not religious idols, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, you would favor sort of things that you can get like 4 or 5 copies of, right? In terms of Pantheon. You wouldn't go for like tundra adjacency because it's a lot of flatland tundra over here.
No, you can just put it in the mountains, right? And have decent holy sites.
That is true. There are like +3 camp or +3 holy sites everywhere.
No, Kabachok is a river goddess enjoyer.
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. What's up? What's nearby? So he's got Zulu kind of close to him.
And he has the Vietnam to the north. I think Zulu is going to be a very effective shield against Vietnam and probably going to make each other irrelevant fairly early because that makes it almost impossible to stop Russia, right?
Yes, I agree with that. I think so. Du Hansa has not yet used their remap token, but Barking Gang has.
Correct.
So I think the question we ask whether or not we're going to actually see this map be played is how does the rest of Du Hansa feel about their spawn? So we see Zulu. That's a 2/2 base working a 2/2.
It's rather fine. I don't think you feel too bad about this. So.
Yeah, you've got like easy 2/2 expanse. You got 4 2/2s in the outer ring, and you won't be starved for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you have some nice coastal settles. And maybe, I mean, it's not ideal maybe to settle coastal. That's not really why you pick Zulu, but it looks rather fine.
The diamonds is just smiling at you.
And the cocoa settle as well.
And then you have Macedon and Hungary actually very close to each other. So that's DJ on Macedon. I don't remember what he called himself this game.
That would be
Games.
Not ideal for Hungary player.
Not ideal for Hungary.
Why isn't this spawn ideal for Hungary? Is it low quality or is it his positioning?
Being next to Mastodon, right? It's like you get to enjoy the 200 head race, and Mastodon doesn't lose warwariness while you do.
Oh, sorry. For a moment, I thought they were all the same team. Yeah, no, I mixed it up. Oh, yeah. No, I'm fully on board now. Sometimes I mix up players. Yeah, Macedon is going to be an absolutely huge pain in the neck for Hungary. I'm on board.
So my prediction is that if Macedon meets Hungary in the next 4 turns, this is going to be a definite no remap. They're going to play this map out.
Yeah, and you think that would be like the deciding factor? It's like we can kill Hungary in the classical era, or RL him, and like that means we're playing this map.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It's like the worst possible positioning for Barking Gang is to have their Hungary be almost min distance from a war civ.
Oof. So Hungary is more of a simming civ then. Where's their 4th player? Am I missing the Aztec? Oh.
Where's the Aztec? Here it is.
They're over here. I would say... Go ahead.
Okay. Usually Hungary more of a proxy war civ than a straight war civ.
I agree, yeah.
So you want to fight people, but you want to have them close to your CS, not close to you, right?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Like, for example, Hungary could maybe use Mohenjo-Daro against Russia to slow him down, or use Cahokia against him. And sometimes, do you ever levy a city-state as Hungary? Not even like trying to really get much, other than to be like, you have to build units now. You just have to.
For sure.
Yeah, and you also get the envoy, right, from levying. So if it's not that high of a cost, I think it's definitely worth it. Even if you can't physically achieve something with it.
I don't think there's too many experienced Hungary players. It doesn't see a whole lot of play, but yeah.
Interesting. Now, team Hazagi. I don't remember which team this is. I wish there was like a
Barking
banner
Gang
here.
on the left.
Barking Gang on the left.
Yeah.
Team Barking Gang. They have a coastal Paris with what looks like a pretty decent spawn location. Plenty of 2-1s, or 2-2s and 3-1s, and already got a builder out going for a settler. They also have a kind of isolated Rome, which I guess it goes either way, because Rome can probably defend against Aztec aggression. They have a Vietnam that's also, again, kind of isolated. And then it's just kind of like the sacrificial lamb of Hungary is kind of being thrown to the wolves here. How do they feel about their start, do you think, if they're, if they're thinking about it?
I mean, if I were fiercest, I would be crying right now. I'd be like, guys, buy me a slinger and then a builder, please, and then a settler so I can escape.
Just go on a migration.
How would you guys feel about it?
I think on this Rayma might both feel blessing and a mistake, because that city is not easily reinforced and easily surrounded.
Mm-hmm.
The city of Buddha?
No, on the Roraima, if he decides to settle on south there.
Oh, sorry, the Roraima. Yeah, I agree with you. I often feel like no remap.
Yeah, no reason.
Ooh.
So if you look at that Macedonian warrior, I think he's staring at the city of Buddha and thinking, this is an easy win.
Yeah. In fact, we have an Aztec warrior or Eagle warrior making its way down south as well. Could we see coordination from these two players just to ruin Hungary's early game?
Hopefully, yeah. Also, we'll see with the slinger here, because a warrior can kill a slinger in 2 hits if it moves on a flat land. So if he goes on the horse tile there, he could potentially lose it instantly after
That
dying.
eagle is gonna ruin his game.
They'd have to buy him a warrior soon.
Oof. And their team is not banking a ton of gold right now.
No. They will have enough to buy him a warrior if no one else spends the gold. What is he teching right now? What is Macedon teching?
Bronsberg.
Oh, that river flooded again. I
I
feel like
know.
he's gonna go north and then he's gonna fucking lose it.
Oh no, the Eagle Warrior of Doom bears down upon Hungary.
I think Barking Gang is getting a taste of their own medicine with this early pressure.
Now, if you lose a settler this early, are you so disheartened that you alt F4 out of the game?
No, I mean, it's a tournament. You don't do that.
You do that.
You say that, but I watched a 1v1 where a settler got snatched on. It was just instant GG.
I mean...
Well,
in Roy's defense during that 1v1, since I assume it's that one we're talking about, I think he was up for 20 hours straight or something.
That makes sense.
Including that game. So I think he's a bit more willing to tap out after that.
Yeah, there's only so much. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and play a game that I've just lost for an hour to try and eke out a few points. I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
So we'll try to keep an eye on this settler here, but it does look like it actually has started to move south towards Mount Roraima. Now, tell me, where would you settle this Mount Roraima? Because I don't know. I think I agree with your assessment. If you settle it on this hill here, it's way too exposed. I almost feel like you have to settle it on the left side of the Roraima.
Settling on this iron is probably the best. You might be able to get the initiation rights or Elf Goddess for faith, and then you can shop units from here like crazy. It's alright.
That makes sense.
the extra 2 science is also going to really help him in the early game.
Yeah.
He's going bronze first, and then he'll need to rush a classical unit of some sort.
And I mean, with all the iron around his capital, I think we would probably see him just spam swordsman. Is that correct?
So
Buying out to this 4-2 tile, by the way, I just want to point that out.
yeah, his team is very invested in staying alive.
I don't know if that's the play, but sure.
You wouldn't do that?
No, they don't have a warrior buy actually. It's gonna be awkward in the future.
Well,
I think maybe it was a mistake for Macedon to slam with his warrior, since they now can't pressure the capital because it's too low health. with the Aztec warrior.
Mm.
But then again, Buddha is on a hill, so he gets +3 combat strength. So maybe it wasn't actually possible to kill it anyways.
And it's over a river on like every side except the eagle.
It's a beautiful Hungary spawn. Yes.
It really is.
He's left alone, but he won't be.
If there's any spawn though in which Hungary can defend Macedon, I think it's this one.
It's a great river as well for defense. So.
And that's because of like the really high hills, the big huge river kind of running down the center of the map, providing Hungary with like everything that they want. Yeah.
I mean, this line of 1-3s is amazing, and then the river behind it as well.
Yeah, that makes sense to me because you get a huge combat bonus if you're on a hill and forest. Yeah, actually, you know what? That makes sense to me. I don't really know anything about like the multiplayer meta, so I'm kind of relying on you guys to kind of give me a little bit of insight here because you guys, between you guys, you must have like thousands of hours in Civ multiplayer, right?
Don't talk about it.
Sensitive subject.
So tell me about it. If you're Rome and you spot this beautiful Eye of the Sahara, or what is this? Eye of the Sahara. You basically beeline that, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you take it to the base, actually. I guess not.
I mean, now the problem is though that they spent gold on Hungary, so he might not have gold for the tiles. Like they do right now, but if one of his teammates needs to buy something, he won't be able to get the tiles.
I mean, Fiercest needs another buy anyways. Because he has a settler coming out. Oh, is he going to try to escort it with the slinger onto the
Yeah, he doesn't know he needs another buy. He never saw the eagle, I don't think.
That's true. They've done a very masterful job of staying just out of sight.
Yeah. Especially because he even bought tiles which could have revealed the eagle, but they still managed to dodge his line of sight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Might be able to see it this turn. Also, he should definitely be able to tell that it went south, right? Because Rome is up top.
Yeah, Rome would have spotted it, yeah. They did actually buy 2 tiles for Rome
Oh my
here.
god, 2! What?
Oh, they found a gold hut though. Else they wouldn't have gold for it. Let's see, it's turn 15. I think it's a possibility for a 60 gold hut even. Or is that turn 20 they unlock?
Oh, wait. No. Rome has religious settlements, right? Which grants him 2 extra tiles.
You are
That's
correct.
what
Rome does.
Oh, no. Okay.
Actually, it's a good time to check Pantheon. So Rome has religious settlements. And is this just like a really good value, easy pick? I don't remember what it does, actually.
I mean, if you get it this early with like a 5 settle, then yeah, it gives 20% towards settlers and 2 extra tiles in their mod.
That seems pretty good. And it also gives you border expansion, which especially as Rome, because they get their free monument after Code of Laws now, don't they?
That's right.
Yeah, so they'll have they'll be able to claim tiles crazily fast. So they'll have like the pick of the litter. They won't have to spend gold to expand their borders. That seems like a really, really good combo, actually. Religious settlements with Rome. That seems like a really, really fun.
It's good on any civ, but yeah.
It does look like he managed to settle on a tile that is giving him faith. Could be incense or something?
Tobacco or dies.
Is it dies?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dies. Yeah, he's definitely settled on dies. There's dies on his continent. Anyone on like a weird... No, there's no weird continent splits. Aztec is unfortunately... Oh, there is a triple split though. Imagine if Aztec spawned here. My God. Aztec doesn't have a pantheon. France, I believe, went with the God of the Open Sky, which explains the rush of these pastures right here. You got to feel good if you see these kind of pastures in your game.
So Hungary just got initiation rights. We saw on the edge of the screen, which helps him a lot. Because in the mod it gives 2 free warriors.
Really? So it gives you... So initiation rights is a bit of a panic button, like, oh shit, I'm going to die, boom.
It's alright, you can go monumentality with it if you're just going to be spamming.
That actually makes a lot of sense. And that would naturally lead Hungary towards, especially with this m1oel, maybe like a Grandmaster's Chapel mid-game, all that sort of stuff, spamming out units. Really, really cool. I like that change where you get 30% of the unit's value as faith when you
It's
when you
a
build
different take on God of Forge, basically. Where God of Forge you usually have a bit more culture with the pen brush.
Yeah. So it looks like, is this trader for gold or for making a road to get units to the front line faster? Because it looks like Macedon is beginning to make units. But is this more like, okay, I have to get positioning and I can't go greedy?
It's kind of strange to me that he's making a warrior in that front city. And his team doesn't have any iron, I don't think.
Yeah, we could take a quick look. There's a little bit of iron in Rome city. Or Russia.
Yeah, but Russia, unlikely to go bronze working anytime soon.
That is true.
He's going archery.
We do see that Zulu has iron here.
Yeah, and he has it revealed. So he could get iron up. So one concern that we had at the beginning of the game in draft was gold. Once Macedon starts spamming units, he'll be negative pretty quickly, even with Warlord's Throne. And Aztec, I guess we have to wonder if Aztec is going to be building commercial hubs or if he's going to be building units. Can we see what he's teching?
In terms of technology, I believe the Aztecs are heading towards
Mining.
mining.
That's not commercial hubs.
No, that's definitely not. That's maybe... Is there like a wonder in there? I don't see any desert for like a pyramids or anything like that.
I mean, he's alone between enemies, so he kind of needs units in general, I think, is what he's going for.
That's true. And Rome can be pretty aggressive in the early game if they decide to go legions.
Yeah.
Or is Rome the kind of civ that you always just pack out a couple of legions and throw them at your neighbor just to force them to like into an inefficient war for them? Or is that more of a thing that you do it if it's convenient or if it fits your team's game plan?
More of more of the convenient thing, I'd say. Like, it's 2 movement units are rather slow, right? Especially if you don't have a general. So sometimes if you upgrade or build them, whatever, it takes so long for them to actually get to your enemy, and then they end up not doing too much.
Yeah, it's a slow push, and slow push usually needs commitment, right?
Yeah, true. I feel like if the Aztec capital was like maybe 1, 2, 3 tiles to here, or like a couple tiles closer, even just like an extra move less, you would start considering those legions more, favorably, especially because this river isn't very good for defending from the northeast.
Did we catch which player is playing Aztec?
It is Civ Peak, mid-40s.
Mid-40s. Is that Poppy? Okay, I missed it.
Could be Poppy. I don't think you would like to play Zulu or Macedon. Could definitely be Poppy.
But Zulu is first time Zulu, so it could be Poppy branching out.
Yeah, you're right.
I guess we'll know by turn 60 who has 14 cities. Then we'll know. It's probably not going to be Aztec this game, though.
This is one of the saddest encampment setups for Vietnam I've seen.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you guys about these encampments, because Vietnam can build encampments without using up specialty slots, and it gives culture and tourism, all that great stuff. This is a very early encampment.
I mean, you do want to build them this early, but like, where does the setup go, actually?
He's hoping for a Giga Campus at medieval fairs.
At medieval fairs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he wants to put it on a banana, he will need irrigation as well for the
Okay,
triangle.
but he was the player who was on Hungary's team, right? So he didn't have any gold to buy an encampment tile. I think he must have panicked and just put it there.
True.
That's my most charitable view of what this is.
So could one of you guys tell me a little bit about like the meta for Vietnam? How do you want to be playing with your encampments and stuff like that? Just like a quick word.
I mean,
go ahead, go.
You want to take?
I'm not a Vietnam player, so.
I've played it on duels a couple of times. I think unless you have something else that's absolutely incredible, you just take God of War and Plunder. You put your encampment triangle down wherever it makes the most sense. And you're gonna have a good time with like 20 culture on turn 20.
Nice. So Vietnam gets +2 culture on their encampments for every adjacent district, right?
Yeah.
And so,
including other encampments.
oh, it includes encampments, because I thought it was specialty districts, and encampments don't count as specialty districts for Vietnam. So that was going to be my next question. So this is like a very strong culture early game play from Vietnam. You build a triangle, and then you probably like fill out around them to keep your culture strong.
Yeah, exactly.
And is this like a? I was just about to ask, like, is this a thing you do on top of monuments, or is it something you do instead of monuments? But it looks like it's both. You want to get as much culture as possible as early as possible.
I think you don't have the time or the production to do the monuments if you're doing this.
I
So,
guess he doesn't have
choice.
irrigation yet, so he can't place an encampment from that city.
Exactly.
Wait, do you not get? Wait, do encampments not? Do Thans not get culture from other Thans?
They do.
Oh, okay.
Another way to play this, actually, I just remembered, is with City Patron Goddess, because you do get the 50% production towards your town, but then it doesn't actually count as your first district because like it's optional. So you get it twice on the next one you build as well.
That is
then-
absolutely 5-head.
But then first you have to get City Patron this early, because you do build these pretty fast, like as immediately basically, right?
Yeah.
And then secondly, you might run into a problem with generals because you won't be making any points and you have to like triple project if you want one.
You won't
So
be
you have to
making.
make barracks.
Oh, do you not get general points from Tans?
No, that's I think that's a mod thing though, to be honest.
Ah, yeah, that would make sense. That's like their
PBG.
downside. Yeah.
What you do from Ikandas. I wonder why they did.
I mean, Ikanda's not a special district, right? So usually it's more of a drawback if you build them.
Oh, you mean it is a specialty district?
I mean, it counts
it
as a
is,
slot.
it is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I think that the Tan is a little bit too free, and nerfing its power a little bit seems totally reasonable to me.
Yeah,
Um, This doesn't look unusual at all from Zulu. You go encampments and then more settlements.
yeah, but okay. So now this still doesn't answer my question of who is making the gold for Du Hansa. Am I the only person who's concerned about their economy?
It's the cocoa tiles. Don't worry about it.
I mean, they did a freeway naval trade setup here at least. You see how they all settled the middle lake. So if they get the traders up, there's good potential at least.
But that won't be till turn 50 or something with how they're playing, right? Everyone's going encampment.
Yeah, that's very true.
By the way,
Prob-
if there's somewhere you guys want me to look on the map, by the way, just give me a shout and I will. So gold, we saw the impact of gold in one of the games last weekend where I believe it was oh my god, I don't remember who was playing actually. But one team had like 2 gold generating civs, but everyone on the team was making like 100 to 200 gold per turn, and they were just able to churn out units, churn out infrastructure, move gold around the map. Has the meta shifted towards gold, or has gold just always been like a super important thing in the game?
I mean, the only way that you can support your frontline player is by making gold yourself. And that's how the enemy team supports their frontline player as well. So it's still up to them to duke it out. But like the team that's giving more support to their frontline player, that player will have an advantage, right? That might decide the war between them.
Makes sense.
So
I am going to ask like a lot of really basic questions here because I'm super unfamiliar with the multiplayer scene, and so are some of my viewers. So tell me, what's the analysis on this sort of conflict between Hungary and Macedon? Are players just looking for position right now and they're not looking to kill each other?
Well, maybe you want to drop an opinion on that, Spearman.
Oh, he's Macedon with a spear, man.
Yeah.
I'm honestly rather confused by that. I guess he fought, he knows like Hungary settled the Rema, so maybe he's fearing Hungary will reach horses rather quickly, and then his forward settles might be in danger since he will be when he reaches horses he will be better off, but he's a little bit slower there.
Mhm.
Now, as we can see, Hungary is actually not going for horses, so there's not much to worry about. But he doesn't know this and wants to play safe, I guess.
That makes sense. So is it safe to say that a spearman is like an unusual pick? Like you wouldn't see someone go spearman unless they're like actually expecting horses. In fact, from the few games I've watched, I haven't seen someone go for a spearman unless they actually see a horse.
Yeah, it's a very, very defensive, almost like emergency thing. You only do if you have to. Like if you don't have iron for swords and don't have horses yet. Or something like that.
Now, one question I do have is, could this have been for like a city-state quest? Maybe there was like a culture city-state that he met or something like that, and he needed a spearman to get that extra little bit of culture.
Probably very unlikely.
So, yeah,
People
very
don't
unlikely.
usually do that.
Guys, I have some incredibly sad news.
Oh,
What's up?
I was saving this cookie since like yesterday because I wanted to eat it right now. And then I went looking for the cookie where I stashed the cookie and it's gone.
who got
I
into
know.
your cookie stash? Name names, shame. It's time to get killing.
I've narrowed the suspects down to 2 and I will continue my investigation after this game.
I think you need a new hiding place now.
Well, clearly, the last one wasn't good enough. The kitchen was too obvious.
Yeah, that's a beautiful Russia setup.
I actually didn't see the Dead Sea here the first time I was looking at Russia spawn, and now this is just looking incredible. On top of the fact that they're getting the Temple of Artemis, you've got to be like just in such a happy place here with the Earth Goddess, Temple of Artemis, incredible lavras already coming out. Like, look at these lavras. These are what, like +4 lavra, +4 lavra, and another +3 lavra. Russian heaven, right?
I'm not quite convinced that Earth Goddess might have been the best choice, but it's alright, yeah.
God of what?
Only
Sorry.
really works. Earth Goddess. I'm not quite convinced that it was the best choice, since it only really works in the capital. Right?
That is true. Is that like a decision you make for tempo? It's like, okay, I'll get like the early little bit of,
Yeah, for sure.
and like even if I don't benefit from it long term, or is he banking on high appeal or something like?
No, I think it's what you said. I think he's just hoping it'll boost his early tempo.
Makes sense. You guys must love Temple of Artemis because I see this wonder built by Russia or someone or Canada in every single game.
Why do we love this wonder so much?
I mean, I love this wonder. It gives you 4 food, 3 housing, and a bunch of amenities. It's like welcome to Sim City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can we catch up on the race for generals, by the way? That would be good.
All
Who's
right.
getting one?
Have any gone? Nope.
None have gone.
Okay. So Zulu is gonna get one with triple encampment. One would hope. Okay. Hungary is projecting, so Hungary will get one. And then I imagine Macedon will figure it out.
Macedon is currently only making 1 point per turn, so they're not rushing to it.
A project next turn.
Yeah, you're right. They are.
Also, I saw Rome was horse rushing the Aztec, by the way.
Uh-huh.
That is true. That is true. There are. Ooh, and Melanalco is already down pretty low. And I mean, the city can't be put under siege, and there's a couple of scouts in the way, but I think the city might fall.
Is Aztec getting a classical? He's just building eagles out of every city. Oh my god, he's 7 turns of horseback riding.
That's a rough place to be, especially with 2 archers bearing down upon you. Another 2 horses, 2 to 3 turns away from finishing. Ooh. Is this a case of getting caught with your pants down?
Definitely, yeah. But he has done a good job blocking the tiles with the scouts, so you can only slam from 1 tile right now. That buys him a bit of time.
For sure. And I mean, Eagle Warriors, I have to imagine Eagles are pretty good, like fortified, because they're 28 combat strength. Like, they will go down eventually. But I imagine fortified Eagles, that's like a unit wall, you know?
I mean, if you have them in the right places, for sure. They can defend horses. And if you have archers with him, for sure. But right now he doesn't really have them in the right places.
Look at the tempo difference between Rome and Aztec, though. Rome's already got 4 cities down. I guess it's the religious settlements helping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rome's on
Science
39
advantage,
production.
advantage.
Yeah, he's like nearly double.
Oh, yeah.
And Rome will be the third to the general North Vietnam, because he can Magnus shop the projects out right now.
Is that what you expect him to do?
I mean, that's what I just saw him do.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. Newbie eyes. Okay, I miss things.
Khornie catches a lot of things most people don't catch. It's kind of his job.
Oh well, then I appreciate having him here as a backup for my weak eyes, my weak streamer eyes. So these early generals, they seem to be make or break, right? Like that, you want to gather up as many combat bonuses as possible. How bad does it feel if you miss a general?
As someone who misses the classical general in roughly 75% of games, I can tell you it feels pretty fucking bad. I mean, the +5 is important, but
Oh, Survivor.
yeah, but does he have first moves? I don't know.
But I think if he had swapped the eagle, the city might have lived with the scout. I mean,
He needs to. Does he do it? No. What is he doing? What is he
No,
doing?
if he slams, he moves out.
too late.
Okay.
Well, goodbye, Malinalco.
No, but Potato, to really signify how much people value generals, back in the day, there was a rule where you couldn't move your classical generals out of your own territory because they were deemed too powerful.
Whoa! So like the extra movement and combat strength was actually just like, this is game breaking.
Yeah. And back then there was only 3 generals actually, so they were even more highly contested.
Ooh, especially if you're in a 4v4 game, that means it's very easy for one team to take them all.
Did people even play 4v4 back then, Well? I don't think so. No?
More 6v6 or just FFAs, yeah.
6v6? What do these people have a whole week to play a game? Are they insane?
Most, yes.
I feel like 6v6 usually actually take less time, no? Because there's usually just someone free simming who can go straight for victory condition.
I suppose that makes sense.
I think it depends on the skill levels of the players. If there's like a big skill difference within each team too, because sometimes it can just be like if you hope that your most skilled player spawns next to 3 of their least skilled players, and then the game ends real fast.
Yeah, and back then there was a very big skill disparity.
Okay, Potato, it's your time to judge this plaza placement.
What
do you think?
I was just about to ask, what is this government plaza? My first thought was this player is bad, and then I was like, no, this player is playing in like a high-level tournament. Maybe what's actually happening here is this player had nowhere else they wanted to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been. He didn't want to ruin Chop.
Because I have no explanation. Because surely you would have used the government plaza.
No. I know what it is. Okay, this is going to be his highest prod city later. He's going to have an industrial zone on the sheep, and then he's going to have an aqueduct on the other sheep. Yeah. It's going to be a...
Oh, yeah. And then the government
Machu Picchu
increases the housing of the aqueduct.
Machu Picchu. My favorite way to get high adjacency industrial zone.
Incredible analysis. I definitely feel like you guys are taking the piss right now.
But check out Zulu's government plaza. They're the white, yeah.
If it's not next to encampments, it sucks.
Yeah. It's coming up in his 4th city, so it will be a while.
Yeah,
No.
it feels really, really slow, and like it's not like there's an abundance of production around here. Like we've got a banana tile and a couple of dyes and a turtle.
To be honest, if he chooses to go for Warlord's Throne, then it's alright, actually, I think.
Oh, because you don't need it up early.
You don't want to build it immediately, unlike an Audience or an Ancestral.
Potato, a friend has slid into my DMs to ask if we can see what Pantheon Macedon picked.
Yeah, for sure, totally. God of the Forge, it looks like it was picked up here. Now, what is God of the Forge?
A poor man's initiation, right? That's good.
Was buffed a bit last patch. It's not that horrible now.
I mean, with this, I think he will have like a 2 or 3 turn window of military alliance maybe on top of the other guy.
Okay, here's a question. What do we think of Fierce's choice in city placement? I mean, the second city was probably a no-brainer. You want to get those Rarema tiles. What do we think of that third city? And this question is coming from like when I'm fighting in classical war like this, and I know I'm going to be defending with slow units like swordsmen. I don't like to keep a very long front because then you have to kind of spam a whole lot more units just to cover your bases.
Yeah, for sure. I was thinking like a triangle settle like Macedon. This feels way easier to defend.
My hunch. What do you think, Mo?
He can only back settle, right? So either he settles north of the city or west.
Mm-hmm.
West is not that bad, but if you settle north, you could potentially have it as a victor city and hope that Macedon spends resources trying to take that instead of your cap, which you usually don't put victor in, since you need moksha.
That's a good point.
I think what really sucks for him right now is that he has no idea where Macedon's units are because he has no scouts or warriors or whatever granting him vision. And right now I fear for the bottom city.
Yeah, these Heteroi look like they're making their way down to the south to cut off Egger. Again, I feel like you settle this one tile to the left. Yes, it's a worse city, but dude, he only has a one tile choke, you know? Maybe I play way too defensively. That was my thought, though. God, I had a question and I've forgotten it now.
I mean, to be honest, if he saves the city, then he's gonna be happy with the choice. But if it ends up dying because of that, then of course it's mostly because he didn't settle the safer city, right?
Yeah, for sure.
To be honest, I hope it dies because it will make the game more interesting because Aztec fucked up.
That is true. The first city kill of the game, a city of Aztec raised by Rome. And is he still going all in? Looks like he's stopping off now for infrastructure. Happy with the damage he's done. If you're in Rome's position right now, how do you feel?
I mean, you've already killed the player, basically. It's good.
You feel really well. You've already marinated the kill for later on. So now you can really do whatever.
I think what you do right now, actually, is plant a coastal, make 2-3 galleys, and you block off his escape. Guaranteed.
Ah, that's interesting.
His escape. Now, I assume he would... the Aztec player is going to look to get like a cockroach settler out across the ocean over here. And that's just to stay in the game because he can still provide alliances and all sorts of benefits in terms of diplomatic favor, World Congress, all these benefits. So now, as Rome, you're like the shark circling the drowning swimmer. You're like, you're not getting away.
You should be. And if you're Zulu, you might expect Rome to do this, and you might start making galleys yourself.
Well, that's some serious forward thinking.
Or maybe they just don't do any of that.
I mean, that's a really good point. The only way this guy is getting out, is escaping, is over the water to the right. Yeah.
Another thing that feels really bad for the Aztecs is that they were one turn off a settler in their cap and then had to switch off because they felt they needed horses.
Ooh.
So he could potentially had what would be his fourth city, but now is his third, walking, trying to settle something. But instead he's forced to make horses as well.
Okay, so here's a question for Rome. If you are Rome, and you see this opportunity, this man has frontline archers and a whole bunch of scouts. Do you chop more horses to try to push this and kill him faster, or are you simming and just holding that line so he can't settle more cities and escape?
I think you're simming. You do like Khornie said with the coastal, and then you just sit and you need to kind of make sure that you are able to help contest Zulu later on. So Vietnam is not alone on that front.
I see.
No, that makes sense to me. And Zulu is actually settling northwest, probably looking to pick up Ikil here. I feel like I'm going to use like an RTS analogy. This feels like, you dropped 8 Marines into your enemy's mineral line, you killed them, and then, his economy is destroyed. So what do? You just sit back and you macro. Like that feels like the right choice for Rome here. Rome is completely uncontested. It's on Aztec to make a play against Rome now. So he could just like keep these units, keep attacking him, sit back, settle a whole bunch of cities, and then get ready to attack Zulu and fight him, because I think Aztec has been not necessarily taken out of the game, but he's he's in a bad way.
He's way behind, yeah. I mean, now Rome sits back, and with your analogy, he just builds SCVs.
Exactly, yeah.
Keep on scaling. Looking for a later timing where he is.
The only person who doesn't know what RTS stands for.
Real-time strategy. Was that a serious question? Oh my god, that's a lot of heteroi.
Okay, here we go. He's chopped.
I wonder what happened. Why did he not commit for the bottom city? Was he spotted and decided to turn around?
You missed.
It doesn't... Well, I guess there is a bunch of scouts down here. Maybe they spotted something, but... I feel like, is this enough to kill Hungary here? I mean, these heteroi absolutely slap units and districts so hard.
You'll have to find a way to cross the river, I think.
I think you wanna, if you do it end of this turn, where you move up to the northern city, you have a pretty high chance of getting 2 or 3 points of attack there, and you could trade off units to try and take the city. And since he's saving promos, you basically have like a health gain at will.
And it looks like your prediction is firing off exactly, and even Hungary was ready for this kind of... Watching his borders extremely carefully, waiting for these units to move in. I expect to see maybe an attack and then a promotion from a couple of these units, or...
Now the problem is he actually didn't have time to move his general, so it didn't buff the front unit, and it can't follow over the river yet.
This is really bad for him, actually. Now he just sits there and gets shot, and archers get promotions.
I mean, what could he have done differently? Go for the bottom city?
Go for the bottom city, cross the river to the north, right?
He can actually, if he encircles the encampment, he can slam through his own units.
Yeah, that... I don't know if he's thinking about that.
I mean, that's the coolest encampment interaction I know.
You can slam through your own units? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it basically... Wait, let me see if it's...
If there's 3 units in front of the encampment of your own, right? On the right side of the river, and you have like the Hungary levy.
Unit behind it, yeah.
You can... Okay.
Okay, so say... if you don't see a CS unit and you try and move your scout on that unit, it will use 1 movement, or enough movements to see the other unit, then go back to your original place, since you can't go on that tile.
Oh, I see. And it's basically the same mechanic. If a district is fully surrounded, you can try to attack it with a unit. It'll like step forward, attack, and then bounce back.
Yeah, so it will go back to the original tile while still performing the attack.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that mechanic. And does that work on cities as well?
So there's a beautiful clip in chat that explains it, basically. Thank you, General.
So it's not exactly how I said, but yeah, you can kind of see how it works. Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea you could do that. That's insane.
That's a little bit odd, but I guess it works. How do you feel about Hungary's position here, and how do you feel about Macedon's position? I heard you say that you were a little bit worried about Macedon because he's just going to get farmed by these archers, and these archers have already leveled up once with garrison.
I mean, I don't think Hungary dies anymore now.
No, you think he clings on in an irrelevant war? Maybe he gets a couple of extra cities out, and I mean, he's got France at his back, so there's really eco-heavy France here, probably feeding gold to him.
What do you think, m1oel? Do you think if you were Macedon, are you still feeling optimistic about this kill?
I think you could maybe, with right moves, go through on the North City still. Because the archers there, like the top archer, is actually fortified potentially. So if he doesn't, okay, attacks with it, but if he fortifies again next turn, you will be able to 2-tap it with 2 promoted heteroids, or probably 1 promoted and 1 not promoted. So if you kill the sword with the archer, but you need to move the general 1 north now, so you can still apply the Macedon or heteroi bonus +5 on the river. And if he, like now the low HP unit died, but if he keeps the low HP unit...
Oh my god, okay, the city is fucking dead.
The tactical flood, calling into Firaxis HQ to ask for a flood.
And who needs analysis when this can just happen?
The monologue was irrelevant. The answer is yes.
Well, Khornie's prayers were answered. Now the game is more interesting with Hungary 1 city down. And Macedon just keeps this city too.
Thank you, Gathering Storm.
Yeah.
I think I know the answer to this question, but could anyone eloquently describe how it feels to have your masterful city defense dismantled by the dice roll flood?
No, next time we need to see a forest fire start on all these Macedonian units on the woods to equalize.
Oh my god, if you know what I hope one day, whoever like the owner of the better balanced mod is, like one day they just turn all of like these random floods up to maximum and stuff without telling anyone. And all of a sudden people are like, oh my god, I'm being griefed, the fires. I think that'd be pretty fun.
Maybe not for the ones being griefed, but for the viewers for sure.
Definitely. Probably not something you should do, realistically. But I do think it is time that we should check in some of our other players. Like, we haven't taken a look at Russia for a while, and Russia has managed to get out another 2 cities, obviously going for that Kabachok, I think it is, going for his lavras that he's basically addicted to, and now getting his temples up and stuff like that. This is just perfect game for Russia, right? Free sim.
Is very strong on turn 37, I think.
77 faith.
There's no white CS, so yeah. Or is there?
Is there white CS?
I think maybe left of Aztec there is, no?
No, that's a blue.
Okay.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no religious city-state in the game.
And even more impressive, he is at 2 GPT. 3 GPT. Whoa.
I wonder what religion he went for, actually. Looks like it was Earth Goddess, Feed the World, and Pilgrimage. Is this kind of standard play for a non-cultural game? Or I would have expected something else.
So feed is pretty common for Russia if it spawns deep in the tundra.
So this time it didn't.
I mean, he saw desert, so maybe he thought I
think it's a spawn that you maybe can consider coral on.
Yeah.
But also, you don't have anyone to spread to, so why not just take Lay Ministry instead of Pilgrimage? Right? It's kind of weird.
That's usually what I do, and I don't have anyone to spread to, but maybe he's planning on getting there at some point this game. Don't know.
Well, he's gonna passive spread already to the CSs, like the gold one. And probably to Vietnam, not too long.
So he's pretty much just locked here in a duel with Vietnam, right? Zulu is technically close enough, I guess, to strike Vietnam from the west and squeeze him. But
Zulu has time to do something before Rome finishes Aztec.
Okay.
And then he will have to worry about that side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the players are pairing off, actually, this game. Macedon against Hungary, Aztec, Rome, and then Vietnam, Russia. But it looks like Zulu wants to intercept that, whereas France and Russia are kind of wanting to free sim here, SimCity in the back. Now, in terms of France is a really strong culture civ. Is this the kind of like CIV counterpick against Russia in order to defend a culture victory to give you time to win on the rest of the map? Or is France
What
just a
makes you
strong
think
civ?
it's a strong culture civ, actually?
Sorry?
What makes you say that actually it's a strong culture civ? Which
Uh,
bonus?
I don't actually know. Hold on, let me look. Well, I guess France actually kind of feels more like a war civ because they have that free spy and all the better diplomatic
Yeah.
visibility and stuff, right?
I mean, there's plenty of Frances, right?
With BBG, you would pick Eleanor France, I think. That one has maybe more culture bonuses because you get an insane amount of culture on your books.
Oh, you're right. That's probably what I was thinking of because I'm used to seeing Eleanor France. I haven't actually seen a Catherine France, so let me ask you about that. So Catherine France is more of a economic war-based civ?
The Black Queen France, yes, because you get the extra +3. So usually players pick this because they want a war at some point in the game and they want that bonus.
Usually you get your free spy at castles, and you have courses at that deck as well. So usually you try and time it and upgrade some courses with a spy and your other +3 and maybe a general, and try to do some damage to your neighbor.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. France doesn't have a neighbor except for the Aztec coming in with a couple of horses.
Wow, that's a pretty bold move from Aztec.
And it might just work. There's a farm as well to heal.
I mean, if he hides them correctly, probably, yeah.
Meanwhile, Rome is sending horses to Anshan. That's also quite bold.
Yeah, the players are extremely greedy and interesting plays here. I like the players. Is this maybe knowing that it's the first game of a best of 3, knowing you can take a couple of risks? Are you going to play like a little bit more greedy and aggressive in this game?
Do you guys do that? Like if you have a series of 3 or 5, do you actually take risks the first game?
I mean, we had the Du Hansa series, right? What was it, like 8 months ago, where we played Sumeria 2 game?
I mean, that was
Khornie
just
over
the
here
troll,
played
though. I don't know. I don't think you should do that kind of stuff. I feel like they're just playing with like lack of information of the enemy and taking things that they think are fine for them, right? Like, what is Aztec gonna do once he finds out that Anshan has Roman horses on him?
Yeah.
True, that makes sense. Curious about the m1oel kill, because this was for Team Hungary as well, and like France could have made huge use of m1oel.
I think he still is. It's an amazing city.
And in this case, how do you feel about the choice to kill this rather than keep it alive?
I don't think it's very questionable. My opinion.
I mean, I think the culture that you get from having an extra city is probably comparable to the culture he would have gotten from choosing m1oel.
Really interesting.
Kill it with only 2 galleys, so it's very cost efficient. Gives him quite a bit of tempo.
Yeah,
that is true because it's basically it's a low cost settler at that point.
Yeah.
Also, I think now that Macedon has successfully taken that top city, that opens an escape path for Aztec as well. So
it's coming down.
I don't know if he's actually settling that as an escape settler or if he's just kind of settling in that general direction, but it definitely later in the game, if Macedon manages to hold on to that city, the Diplo win isn't going to be as easy as it looked 10 turns ago.
I think with Hazagi potentially losing m1oel to these Aztec horses and this unlucky flood for Phyrsos almost making Macedon kill him, I think the game is still up in the air again.
Could we look what Macedon is taking, actually?
Crossbows.
No, Macedon.
That's what I'm thinking, astrology. He's going for harbors.
That's really weird. I feel like he actually has potential to full kill Hungary here if he commits and brings catapults. He has so far made good progress, but he's stopped by the walls. So if he actually finds a way to deal with that, he could maybe kill Hungary before he... Okay, not before he runs away, since he's running away, but before he can slow him down too much.
He's doing the ram Hephaestus thing. He just bought a ram.
I mean, that's good. That's another solution, but he only has 1 or 2 if he upgrades the other warrior.
Yeah.
And Hungary has actually brought levied units, so that's pretty cool. I mean, they get +3 the swords, so they are gonna do rather well. I feel like.
And they have that +1 movement too. Is you can move into a 2 movement tile and then attack a 1 movement tile. It's like they're different units, really, aren't they?
Yeah, they're actually very good. I feel like it's gonna help him a lot.
Grouped up bonus. Ooh.
Oh, the general. Send it back.
Oh, he missed. I mean, it's not. Oh no, he's gonna get a free settler as well.
You're not allowed to delete the settler.
You are. I think it depends on whether or not Hazagi is close to shipbuilding, and it doesn't look like he is. Oh.
Okay, that's a very good play for Kabachok, actually.
Do you think this is like a good enough play to make up for?
Is it not Kabachok?
Kabachok is definitely Russia.
Oh, okay. My bad. I was thinking the Aztec sometimes.
We're debating whether this is Proppy or who is the other person. So DJ is Macedon. Then there's Proppy, and I think the other person was Trin.
It's Tranaya.
So Anshan has fallen, and m1oel is going to fall next turn. Is this play enough with the free settler and stuff? Is this enough to get Aztec kind of out of the terrible position that he was in?
Oh, I don't think he can keep m1oel though. It's just too far for him, and he's too irrelevant.
You think it's just too dangerous? Like he has to raise it?
No, I mean that's deliberate. That's first Congress for them. That opens up Diplo.
I mean, he
so
liberates and then raises it, right? So.
Yeah, liberate and then erase. Okay.
I mean, I don't think Hazagi can even retake it anytime soon. Probably.
This just in from chat. Sandro Games asks, m1oel, do you like Among Us?
Well,
He didn't choose to delete the settler. What is happening?
What? What is he doing?
Is he trying to move it out?
That's why I tried to run, no?
Ooh.
Okay.
He can always delete later. But he doesn't have to. He can get it away.
Yeah.
okay.
He's deliberate.
Oh! Oh no!
Okay.
Now that's a delete.
Well, shipbuilding.
That's what I would have gone for. I mean, he already has 2 galleys.
So,
Yeah, Aztec appears to be that settler.
Do you think that move was deliberate, by the way?
What else would he have done?
No, I mean, do you think Aztec moved his horses in a way so that he would get pushed out there, or do you think he just fucking clicked it and was like, "Oh, this is nice"?
I think it was the latter, but maybe it was the former. We'll have to ask him after.
I mean, he's just gonna say, "Yeah, I planned." Don't worry about it.
Fully planned.
how do you feel about the Zulu's position right now?
I think we've answered our question, and I think Proppy is playing Zulu. Just looking at the number of cities that he has right now.
Oh, can you actually take a look at what government building he built?
Audience chamber.
Weird choice then to do it there.
Very much. I mean, I think he did the thing where he builds the Ikandas and then takes campuses, and then he can build discounted campuses.
But he did only one of them.
Yeah, but then he didn't have enough pop in his second city, so he could only do 1, and it was in his cap, and then he couldn't do Gov Plus in the cap, and then he had to do Gov Plus in the 4th city.
So just awful.
Yeah, so he got baited, and then it didn't really pay off.
That doesn't sound like a good game.
I mean, does it matter when you're Zulu?
When you play for district discount and just ruin your game in the meantime.
I mean, he's doing fine. Not as good as he could have been, but fine.
How is his land quality? He's doing a lot of chopping. Is this just entirely like Zula just needs tempo to get off the ground, or what's going on there?
I don't know why he would chop that.
It's a Magnus chop. Let's go.
Well
Everything
worth
has
it.
to go.
Learned so much.
Fail on wood. Dude, Aztec is definitely running. The safety settler is out.
Yeah, once he gets past, he's safe.
Yeah, exactly.
I should ask Mastodon to rename that city to something pronounceable.
For the viewers.
We need some Hungarian specialist here to tell us how to pronounce it.
Absolutely.
This is also weird. He never upgraded the other Hippaspist, so now he's only working with one melee unit that can utilize the RAM.
I mean, I wonder if that actually is a good play.
Wait. Don't the warriors work as well?
Yeah, you're right, Khornie.
Thank you for your valuable analysis, Khornie.
No problem.
You're a credit to the stream. I appreciate you.
I mean, I think that actually is smart. You don't need to cover every tile. You just need 2 hits from that to take the walls down, and then the heteroi can continue to do their work, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Return here?
Does it what?
Does it die in return here?
Probably.
1
1 archer, 2 swordsmen.
We can get another attack off next turn. Maybe the city is dead.
I think there's a possibility here that this city dies. I mean, the heteroi is going to knock the walls off. But is this enough health on these heterois to do this? They're even strength with the city. And normally I would expect...
Crossbow. Big problem.
Crossbow's the game changer. And it's a levied one too.
Oh, so it was really cheap actually. That's, what is it, 15 gold I think, to upgrade maybe?
Yeah.
Well, whatever it was super cheap.
No, it's like 30, right? It's
Oh yeah,
swordsmen are 15 and they're like 55 normally. And crossbow normally is 125.
so it's 15 with the card maybe, or 20 with the card.
Oh yeah, wait, he doesn't have the card, right? So,
Yeah.
bit more expensive. Like 60.
Is this a knight pre-built from Rome? It looks like he's going for chariots and stirrups.
Yeah. I guess if they are making enough gold, then it doesn't hurt to pressure a bit extra with the knights. But they aren't really making that much gold at all. So it's a bit ambitious in my opinion.
Yeah, they don't have gold saved up either. It seems like a bit of an odd choice to do a pre-built without like the economy to do it, especially when you're like in Rome's position and you can just kind of almost free sim here until like Aztec makes a play.
Yeah, and you can't really take gold from your front line that needs it more than you.
Just waiting for the counterattacks here, and oh man, so many units escaping and almost 0 health. That's gotta not feel good.
He didn't move his general for one of the heterois. He didn't get the +5 slam either.
Do great generals only have a range of 1? Oh no.
The heterois bonus gives, if it has a general on the tile or adjacent, it gets another +5.
Ah, that's right. That's right. Good call. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It's been a while since I've played Mastodon. Bit of a pacifist player myself. I like to play like I'll tell you what, if I was in this game, I'd like to be playing Russia right now. I mean,
Yeah, Pangaea is not the map for you, Potato.
no. Give me 7 Seas or Highlands or something.
I mean, that's an interesting point, though. Like, on each team, what do the stats look like? Who is actually staying out of the fray in the hopes of being able to carry their team into the late game?
I mean, like, let's take a look here. I mean, France is on 40 culture, 40 science. Vietnam is on 30-50. Hungary is kind of crippled, possibly even irrelevant. Rome is in a good position. And Hungary and, I think, Alexander kind of cancel each other out a little bit, with maybe the advantage going towards Alexander.
At this point, I think in a 4v4 at least, like, if you're irrelevant, it's not the end of the world. I think it's just a question of how much dragging down you can do to the people around you. So I think on that front, Fiercest is doing pretty well here. Like, well,
That's rather disappointing. Kabachok didn't shift enter the horse. It's interesting to
Kabachok.
see. Oh, who was it again? Sorry.
either Proppy or Trinda.
Okay.
Trinda, I think.
Okay, Trinda.
I
Didn't
don't-
shift enter the horse on the Mercury.
Also, the weak encampment was repaired last turn.
Oh,
But Trinda can go on the 1-3 and then shift enter over the river for another slam. Not sure if that's enough though, but could be.
no, this city doesn't fall anymore. Look at.
It's very surprising he didn't actually try and move the horse. He had it there perfectly in time.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive how Aztec just has units all the way down here after such a scary early game.
I'm afraid for Barking Gang.
Why?
I think they're actually, despite their amazing start, not in a good position right now overall.
Really? I feel like they have it in the bag. Okay, what could go wrong?
Russia.
I mean, just culture win from Russia, probably.
Mm,
I mean, he has a good setup. He's gonna scale very hard there.
Yeah, he's got his theater squares coming down. He's even getting the rare Russian economy. What am I witnessing? A commercial hub from Russia? Who is this man?
what a team player.
Now it's only -1 GPT.
Surprisingly, Goddess of the Earth and Sky, or whatever it's called, working out quite well for him here, giving him lots of culture.
Yeah, gave him good tempo to be honest, and he's in 10 cities next turn probably. Gonna go up to 11 maybe.
Wait, already? Oh my god.
It's a lot of cities.
That's
it's
a
like a really
lot of cities. And Vietnam is still on 4 with no more space. They can't kill Aztec. Vietnam can't escape. Huh.
I mean, I'm rather surprised he killed Cahokia instead of Mahendro, but I guess if he's using it, it makes sense.
I mean, like, France can just liberate that at some point, but also if Vietnam took it, they could have just started naval trading very early on from Cahokia to France, maybe?
Yeah.
I
Does it
mean,
reach? I guess probably does, yeah.
to Antan for sure. I don't know if it reaches further. You can make a trading post.
So,
There's like a stalling play to take this, I think. Might be red.
is Hazagi gonna go for frigates to try to liberate Cahokia? He's got a lot going on land as well. It's only a matter of time before Fiercest
I mean,
dies.
his tempo is completely over as well with the liberate.
Mhm.
The settler loss.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then the horses as well that he had to make in a panic and overdo. Like, he could be on 7 cities probably right now, if not for that.
For sure.
Even more, actually. Was looking really good until that happened. And good on Trinda for seeing that play and doing it.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
Kabachok. Well, what happened to all the units from from Hungary, actually? There were so many just 2 turns ago.
I think they all moved north. I think that's what happened. I'm trying to figure that out as well.
Where did the crossbow go?
Oh, where did the crossbow go? Oh, wait!
Oh, the levy.
The levy ran out, I think, or it was cancelled. One of the two.
What are the total stats for each team? I think they just maybe ran out of gold.
No, you can't re-levy. They don't have the gold probably, so...
They can't re-levy Sheba.
It's 300 gold to re-levy, and they only have, it looks like...
Less than 2. Oh,
yeah.
no. No, that is so tragic.
I mean, that's the thing.
The weakness of Hungary.
Exactly, you levy the CS for like 150 or something, you upgrade everything, you push, and then the re-levy comes around, and suddenly the levy is 500 gold or something.
Yeah, yeah.
What a scam.
Honestly, it would almost would have been worth it to maybe get these 2 swordsmen killed to make the re-levy cheaper. No?
Yeah, for sure, and it's a strategy.
That's a good point.
I feel like that's the kind of stuff I would be doing. I need to because I can make swordsmen. You know what I want is these crossbows, like these super cheap crossbows. That like makes this untakeable. He is mounting what I would consider to be a heroic defense. Like, would you guys agree that this is like a really solid? Like, I mean, sure enough, he lost on the flood RNG, but so far he's managed to hold like exceptionally well in my eyes.
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
And he has been holding good, but I feel like Macedon has been missing some moves, honestly. And his general moves have not been in the perfect place at the perfect time, so to say. Like,
When we see players play really well a lot of times, so... Like, by which metric are you going by? You know? I mean, this is good, for sure.
Anything less than perfect isn't good enough, I'm afraid, for our friend.
If it's not 100% perfect, then get out.
So we do actually see knights coming out from Rome. I don't know, are knights the killing blow, or is this just to even further increase the pressure on Aztec, potentially gobble them up and then make your way south, or like, is this the killing blow?
I would say with Aztec on 17 science, Knights could be a killing blow for Aztec if he had not escaped already. But then I also think Aztec had the foresight to recognize that.
Science is rather irrelevant. I think it just chops the catapult and there's just too many units anyways. Like, Aztec could have a musketman here and I think he would die still.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, to quantify how fucked the Aztecs are, how many musketmen would he need right now to survive?
I mean, 3, 4, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So, he's down 3 musketmen on turn 50.
City, I think, and then it's okay. Like if a city has, if your average fully exposed city has 6 tiles surrounding it, if you can own like 3 of those tiles, and then find a way to prevent the siege from sitting there and just hitting your city every turn, I think at that point you're feeling okay about your defense.
Makes sense. Also, by the way, someone called Soap says hi to you, Cynth.
Soph. Hi, Soph.
We got that coming in from Twitch chat. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. So Aztec is dead here. You know, we haven't really talked about like the cockroach meta. Like, what do you like? You're obviously dead here. And your goal is to crab book a challenge, drag people, whoever's attacking you, like make it as hard and as difficult as possible, and then to cockroach your way into the rest of the game. So what I would guess I would see is him run off to somewhere where no one wants to settle, and then just try to make as much money as possible on like a crap economy and feed it to someone who's actually doing something. Is that what you would see a cockroach do?
I think so. And this is why I think Vicky is the best cockroach civ, because you get all those extra traders from settling on different continents. And then you get half price harbors you can chop out rather quickly.
That totally makes sense. I actually, you know what we need to do? We need to sit down someday and make a cockroach civ tier list and like just go through the best cockroach civs.
Potato, I can tell you that I am the definitive expert on cockroach settling. So yeah.
Oh, do you have that much experience doing it?
I've gotten so much practice over the last year.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Right now, if I'm Aztec, I think. Okay, can you hit 4 on that settler? Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I actually hold out long enough to make it to the other side, or if I need to settle right there.
Yep, that's kind of a question. I mean, surely he could have gotten also shipbuilding at this point, no?
What is he taking? That's a good question.
I mean, probably crossbows, but is that really worth it?
Shipbuilding. He's rolling.
I mean, that will cut off a few turns.
Maybe that is the right call.
For sure. Shipbuilding, you could cockroach your way over to the cattle, cockroach over to the wheat. Pretty easy, I feel like. Now, okay, when you're designing a cockroach empire, are you trying to fit as many cities into it as possible? Like you can get 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cities in here and cockroach your way to victory?
I mean, first you build your diplo quarter, right? That takes a while, and then you'll see.
Requirements for cockroach settle include as many chops as possible. Doesn't even have to be on freshwater because you just need one district. That's your diplo quarter, and then you're able to quickly chop walls if you need it. And then I think after that, you don't want to. You just want to take up the shittiest land possible, so you're not interrupting your ally sim while still trying to get many bases so you can get more traders up.
Makes sense.
Those are the elements of a good cockroach settle.
I think that might actually be one of the most important tutorials that you make is teaching players how to like
new players.
Yeah, the new player cockroach survival guide, how to survive the nuclear apocalypse.
Well, right next to your chops, so you don't even have to buy the tile.
Absolutely. Looking like a very nice Russian pyramids game. He is just having a field day here. He has built everything he wanted. He's got Temple of Artemis, Mahabodhi Temple. He's got, all the lavras as far as the eye can see, even more being built, and a fairly easily defensible area here up against Vietnam. This feels like an incredible, incredible Russia game. What is the expectation from Russia here? Is it to get a whole bunch of great works? Are they pivoting into rock bands? Is it national park based? What's their win condition?
I think, honestly, they're just looking to clean Vietnam off the side of the world, maybe?
I mean, he has a ally to rock band, right?
Mm-hmm.
And very good tempo, and he has rather good setup.
I think the beauty of what Kabachok is doing here now is setting himself up for many options later down the line. Like, he can easily pivot to Diplo culture or domination, depending on how the rest of the game is going.
I'm a little bit disappointed that he, I guess m1oel Du Hansa didn't set up naval traders in this bottom sea.
Wait, they didn't?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Russia never settled a city coastally down here in this bottom sea, which, one city from each of these 3 players, and you've got like a perfect trading triangle to make insane economy for a team that is going to struggle in economy. Is this valuing other things higher or just not seeing it?
They tried on the middle sea, right? They still have Aztec Zulu traders there, I suppose.
One trader. In
One
singular.
trader.
Trader.
It's not even one, actually. I can't see it on the water. Might be coming soon. Oh, there it is.
No, Aztec's running Magnus internals. Oh, no, he's not. Wait, where is that trader going, actually?
Naval.
Oh my god, look how much Izagi has had to invest in retaking m1oel.
Exactly.
That's
And it
devastating.
generated, a bunch of culture and a bunch of favor in the meantime as well.
Yeah, because when you liberate a city-state, you get a bunch of envoys in it. So I think they've managed to hold on to that.
You get
Of 2 city-states, yeah, including m1oel. He's not making use of it, though, I don't think.
I mean, when you liberate a city-state, you get 3 envoys in it, but the enemies can't put envoys in it. so you're guaranteed to hold it if it doesn't die.
Ooh, that makes it extra evil to liberate city-states. I like it.
It's kind of like if one team declares war on a CS and the other team chooses the CS during that time, you can never peace the CS and you cannot put m1oels in it since you have declared war on it.
That's brutal.
There's a lot of like small things that could potentially go wrong.
I mean, Macedon's army here is looking smaller and smaller. It's starting to go away.
It was Hungary, so it's just very painful for both, I think.
This is just going to be a long, slow grind. But is it inevitable here that Hungary dies?
I mean, at this point, I think so, yeah. I mean, the longer this progresses, right, the more, like, the amenities start to hurt.
Amenities and I didn't get the Basilikoi up until, like, maybe turn 40. But now that it is up, he's also getting free science for every unit he produces. So I think it's pretty inevitable that he will be able to take these two cities from Hungary. But I think Hungary is, yeah, he's already escaped. Sort of.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like the safest cockroach city, but it is a cockroach city nestling underneath France's mothery wing.
Look at that forest fire with the thunderstorm.
Wow.
You got to be pretty happy to see that it's Hungary, that perhaps your cockroach empire will have high yields.
A lot of chops.
One thing that is actually important about Hungary staying alive this game is they get to keep their ability to easily levy city-states, which means, you know, if Hungary's alive, every city-state on the map is a threat.
Definitely, especially if he reaches monarchy and can generate a good amount of m1oels. He can sit and try and levy CSs and run at people with the units.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like monarchy could be... I mean, his culture, though. The only thing is his culture. Like, what is he on? He's on Divine Right. I mean...
Okay, next turn, then.
Yeah, he's there.
Why do we think he went for Divine Right instead of Mercenaries?
I think
do you want to invest gold into him now? Does make sense now.
I guess not.
I think they gave up on him a long time ago.
How are the economies going? Who's going to actually have gold for industrial?
I mean, weirdly enough, it's the Team Zulu. Zulu is like the bankroller. He's making the most amount of gold on a single player right now.
And it's the Ikanda commercial every city. The famous.
Hello. What I vote? Hello.
How would you like to vote in today's rigged election, sir?
Latviocracy plus like half.
You're voting plus. I'm voting down.
Yeah, sure.
Kabachok, that's Russia. So plus, down.
No, don't vote for him. I'm joking. Just like do something like autocracy, recon, and me or you.
Okay, I'm voting down autocracy, recon, and you.
And myself, yeah.
And you're voting up?
Yeah, I'm voting up.
Happy days, all right.
Guys, I'm really pulling for Fiercest here since he gave Hungary a shot. What if we downvote Heavy Cav instead?
I think that would get my caster privileges revoked. You got to save that for when it really matters. Like, it's got to be like a Civ 6 finals of the World Cup. There's got to be thousands of dollars on the line. It's something like that. And then one day I just like, I misclicked Heavy Cav. I'm sorry, guys.
You guys saw that he lost the city because of a flood, right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Tragic.
That was tragic.
Yeah, and then he actually had a decent defense, and then just like one flood, 3 units die, and then you lose the game.
Maybe not game though, but city.
Do you think we're gonna see an angry message on a BBG complaining about the floods?
Yeah, I mean he's even a specialist. He might be able to pull some strings.
He kinda quit recently.
Did he?
Yeah, Versus took a break.
Not up to date with BG Germ m1oel.
I must have
Yeah,
missed
you know,
it.
m1oel is there pretty often lately. How do we compensate for that, m1oel? I think remove a negative appeal from a flop lanes will fix the problem, right?
I mean, I feel like another green card and he's fine.
Not enough green cards. Wait, would you even be able to select the government if you have 3 slots but
No,
only 2
you
cards?
won't be able.
Okay,
Dude,
I'm proposing.
I thought about it when I was proposing initial green card. I just wanted to specify that it's political, so it doesn't make Hungary unplayable, and then it takes, you know, a month to fix it. You know how it happened with Portugal when they tried to nerf it and it didn't have buffed traders and it didn't have any bonus at all, and it took a month to fix.
Oh no. I feel like that should be a high priority fix. You basically remove them from the game.
Some people don't mind having Portugal removed from the game.
Yeah, some
True.
people said it's fine. The C was OP anyway, so let's just keep it without any bonus.
Was
It's
the
not the
fix
most
we needed.
liked one.
I mean, they're not
Wait.
wrong.
That out for the CWC auto bans. Are they still voting?
I can take a look if you want.
Don't you guys think it would be better if he went monumentality on Hungary and just chopped a lot of units against Macedon?
That's what Khornie was saying, actually, at the beginning of the game, that an Earth Goddess would have been really nice for him here.
But he went initiation
both-
rights and Rema.
both
It was
work, yeah.
already good enough.
Did he
He
miss?
was pretty late with backgrounds, though, to be honest. Right?
I forgot to check Golden Age is actually in the classical.
No, he was in Russian voice.
Oh, what?
Yeah, he had initiation rights and Rema settled, but he didn't go monumentality. Also, I wanted to point out, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Zulu is actually a paid actor. He could have denied all the generals to the French team, but he decided to make an extra settler.
Yeah, we saw Zulu being more sim-oriented, if you want to put it that way. Even doing the discounted campus and then not having time
Yeah, Jack,
for...
did you see the discount strat?
On the whole Zulu. Oh yeah,
Zulu.
the audience. I really liked his Governor Plaza building being discounted.
No, he did triple Kandan to campus.
Yeah. That's what
For
I'm
this
saying.
one.
But then the
And
audience
then-
was 12 turn.
And then fifth at the government plaza to balance this amount.
I'm telling you, people are going nuts about discount and just ruining their game all the time.
True. True. It's not that good because you get like maybe 1 or 2 districts discounted, but then, you know, it's kind of like rolling a dice blind, right? You commit yourself to a strategy that can get you killed and you lose all flexibility.
I mean,
No,
it's good on
no
some
risk.
saves.
Yeah, it's
It's good on
red
some
risk.
saves, but not on all of them. Like, for example, on Norway or another religious save, it just naturally happens that you get a discount because you just open with a lot of holy sites, and then you transition into something like Harbor without unlocking other district types, so you just have a discount. Or like
For
on
sure.
a unique district save like Korea, but when people just like start rallying themselves into this, trying to get every bit of production they can, their game is ruined.
Guys, that guy had the foresight to name himself First Time Zulu, so we can we're having a conversation that this is not a strat he'll be doing again.
We have to be a bit more lenient in our judgment.
By the way, animation says, "I told you so" about district discount.
I think it's a typical case where they pick Zul and then nobody wanted to play it, right? And then they realized it only once it was already, time to pick it.
Wait, we've been trying to figure out, is Proppy Zulu or is Proppy Aztec?
I think Proppy is Aztec because he used to play a lot of Aztec.
Okay.
it's definitely his type of civ.
Okay.
I know for sure that Trinda is Macedon.
No. DJ's Macedon, I thought.
I got told by a reliable German source that Trinda is Macedon.
Okay.
A reliable
and
German
considering we
source.
have a free sim Zulu, I suppose it's the guy playing on a touchpad.
Was that true?
All right, halftime prediction, Jack. Who's winning this game?
My prediction, who is winning this game? I think they had no chance against Kabachak.
I mean, it's an absolutely disgusting Russia. I mean, even Vietnam, with these elephants not going anywhere near them.
I am kind of confused why Vietnam isn't trying anything though. This is the Vietnamese power strike, like power spike. Why is it doing something? No gold? No. He could be chopping.
It could be chopping.
You're in the middle of two enemies, right? That you can turtle up and just sim and be annoying late game to them, or you can try something like a knight or a Corsair push and disrupt the mid game.
That's what I would go for, because my assumption is that the longer the game goes on, the more likely it is that like, you don't stop Russia in the late game once he amasses so much faith.
I mean, it's also gonna be a Zulu problem because Zulu is gonna get boosted by Russia. He's gonna have early armies.
So if I were Vietnam, I would hope to be able to do some damage in the mid game and catch them off guard or something. I guess he's off guard. Look at those walls.
He didn't secure a single general. He didn't build early barrack, which is actually surprising that people didn't put any investment to barrack, especially Zulu, who gets an extra bonus on top of it.
I mean, it's not always great, is it? But this game there's like 4 red CS.
I feel like it was better than building settlers before government because, like, you get, you get extra production culture, you generate more general points, and like you put few invoice into general and into red city states, so there's like a factory, right?
Yeah. I mean, with red CS, it's definitely worth, I think.
Also,
Look.
did anyone raid Hazagi Plaza?
Spent a long time.
So Barking Gang, I joined the voice chat recently. They were practicing the strats, like 1v1, perfect build orders, and then I see this plaza in between 3 sheep, a fish, and 2 coastal tiles.
For the water bugs later.
I mean, Hasagi lost 2 of his duels. I guess this is why.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, he was sick, m1oel. He was sick.
Yeah. That's true.
I guess that discredits your achievement of killing him with crossbows and Hitori when he had conquistadors, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Oh,
Maybe
that
we
was
should have replayed the game.
we're seeing Jack.
We have to.
It's re-lobbying time.
Yep.
It's the best part about Civ 6.
Every time I have to re-lobby, I actually feel like this warm feeling in my heart. Like I'm home.
Familiar, yeah.
Thought it was rage.
Steam was unable.
Oh,
I mean-
we will know who is playing what now.
Oh, you're right.
Showdown.
Okay, I really think that Zulu is proppy. I just have a feeling.
I don't know. I know. There is no way. There is no way the guy on a touchpad made so many war moves on Rome and the Macedon. There's just no way.
I don't know how much you want to bet, Jack.
Jack.
Well, I can for sure put a bet that Russia is Kabachok.
I would.
No.
Okay, Jack. If Zulu is Proppy, next teamers, you have to buy me a settler with gold. And if he is not Proppy, I will do the same for you.
Okay.
Deal.
So, wait, did you say Propi who is who?
It's Proppy is Zulu. That's
Okay,
my...
okay.
I feel like you guys should consider the rest of your team before making such agreements.
Doesn't exist, m1oel. Not a thing. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Can somebody join on them because I can't join on any of them.
I
only have Kabacha.
I don't know any of them, so I'm going to have to wait for a lobby link here. I don't even know if they're going to post it. The game hasn't ended, by the way. Oh, I was just going to let people know watching because they're asking like what's happened. The game. One of the players crashed. I think it was the host, so we're just going to rehost the lobby so we can get back into the game. What were you going to say? Sorry.
No, I was gonna ask Jack when the what's it called Mongolia Gaul showdown will happen. That you promised me.
I am down to play you a duel. I still believe this is the most unbalanced matchup in a duel. I think Gal completely dominates Mongolia and there is no chance for Mongolia.
Okay, we can settle it after this game then.
Okay.
Perfect. Assuming this is not a 150 turns game.
Yeah.
That is.
Let's check. Maybe there is under the gun among the Germans, and then it might as well be.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe they sub. How like in sports they tap out and under the gun subsman refreshed, ready to go for a 200 turn game.
He's coming back to put the other Germans on his back. Yeah.
So do you think there is absolutely no way that they can stop that Russia player? He's just like, he's free sim, too hard. Like, you guys are all very experienced players.
Yeah, I mean, Vietnam was the only one in the position really to try and slow him down. But right now, Vietnam still has the potential to slow him down, obviously, but he has been eclipsed in a way. Like, Russia right now has a lot more production and a better setup in general. So we shouldn't run into too much trouble defending Vietnam, I feel like.
For sure. Is Vietnam a civ that you see going the aggressive often, or is it more of a defensive civ? Like, what do you expect to see in a Vietnam game?
I mean, usually when I play, like I've played a lot with the Barking Gang as well, and usually they like it more for the sim bonuses, even though it has offensive bonuses. Usually it's more preferred, I feel like, for the like explosive culture and hitting a good feudalism timing, maybe getting your second government quickly, and yeah, more simming like that.
Yeah, that's true, because you get all that culture from your encampments. They don't take up a district slot, so you can throw down encampments plus like whatever else you want to get, and you could just like explode out the gate with like a huge culture. And do they ever go tourism, or is it more of a like mid-game civ? Like, they're not playing for a win condition, they're playing for like a timing push.
I would more say timing push. Sometimes it's more late game, like you hope to hit fascism before your opponent, and then push them with the extra +5 there.
You guys can join on me if you want.
I don't
Thank
think...
you.
You need the link. I can send you. No, if they didn't send.
I got the link. I'm joining up. Sorry, my rabbit is trying to escape her cage. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute as well.
Have some food. I'll let you out later. Okay, I promise. Okay, streaming back the game. How is the stream quality, by the way? I have it on like okay settings. You guys can see what's happening just fine?
It's really good for me, yeah.
Happy days. Happy days. Good to hear.
Yep, yep.
Is someone vacuuming behind you? It's either that or a really loud fan. The silence, the sound of silence. We're waiting for one more person to ready up here before we can get back into the game. Well, sorry, we're actually waiting for Kabachok here. Yeah, Kabachok hasn't signed in yet. Kabachok disconnected. Looks like he didn't get full connection to the players. Kabachok is in. And we actually get to see these players' true names, it seems, because they had renamed themselves to some silly stuff.
To be honest, I don't envy Zagi's position here. I think it's my least favorite one to play in a game. Like, so you know that it's kind of up to you to make a play here, whether that's swimming to Russia or trying to kill Macedon. But basically, if Hazagi doesn't make a play here, his team just loses to Kabachok. Am I reading this right? Would you guys agree?
As a person with like hundreds of thousands of hours in multiplayer Civ 6, I 100% agree with your analysis. It's spot on.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. And he has to do this before modern, essentially.
I don't know if you guys have seen the game, but where Barking Gang were kind of losing, and they were all irrelevant, and then they played the game until turn 160 and 1. I think they're ready to play a long one. The game ended up with them nuking each other and then like fighting after nuke, rebuilding and then nuking each other again, and then like finally they managed to kill the enemy team.
Alright, victory screen.
Yeah.
Really? So we could be settling in for a long one tonight.
Yeah. The Barking Gang guys are pretty determined.
Resilient, yeah.
Yeah, they do not surrender. Take no prisoners.
Oh, guys, I got 4x's crash.
I also got 4x's crash. High five. We're what's that like?
I send them a review. I mean the report. I guess they're gonna read it.
The date.
Last time I sent them, an in-game bug, they told me to reinstall my Windows and my NVIDIA driver.
And did you do that, Jack?
Huh?
And did
no,
you?
of course I didn't. It was like in-game bug. It was like in-game mechanic not working properly, and they blamed the driver and the Windows for it.
Okay, you heard it. You heard it here first. It's because Jack didn't reinstall Windows and his driver.
Yeah. So any balance problems, please direct him to Jack to make sure that he changes those drivers. What was the mechanic that wasn't working, if I may ask?
I was complaining that all the military bonuses are not working on GDR because Faraxis didn't give them like a unit tag when they added it, which is, I mean, they usually add a new unit and they just like don't update it to work with previous mechanic. Like for example, the Varo and Mamluks were not upgrading to Cuirassier, they were going straight into tanks because they existed before the Cuirassiers, right? And it was the same with GDR. I wanted GDR to benefit from like Aztec bonuses and stuff. I complained to them and then told me to reinstall the NVIDIA driver.
Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible. You should like make a shrine out of that email.
Did you ever come back and complain about more stuff, Jack? Give them a second chance. See if they could redeem themselves.
I mean, I think the game is good enough that it doesn't need to be redeemed, right, Copium?
Mm.
Some days I agree, some days I don't.
I do think it's interesting, though, because the multiplayer scene for Civ 6 seems to be growing, so I wonder if it's going to become... Like, is Civ 7 going to foster the same kind of multiplayer scene, or is it... Are we going to be playing, like people playing Age of Empires 2 to this day? Are we going to be playing Civ 6 for the next, 20 years? Who knows?
Has it been growing, do you think? I've only been around for 8-9 months.
It definitely feels like it has been growing a little bit. Like, there's a lot more streams. There's people have an interest in it, at least.
I agree on that sentiment.
I
to be
think it
honest.
got bigger. I played since vanilla.
I didn't. I like it.
Yeah, because there was a pretty healthy multiplayer scene for Civ 5, and that was plagued with its own issues. But Civ 6 has less issues in some ways, more in others. But it definitely feels like the multiplayer scene for Civ 6 has more potential, because I feel like the Civ 5 multiplayer scene was sorry, my rabbit just took out her water ball and threw it across the room. The multiplayer scene for Civ 5, it felt kind of like... The best way I could describe it is like a bunch of people who hated each other arguing over what was broken.
Wait a minute, that sounds really familiar.
I mean, from my experience, the more painful the relobby interaction becomes, the more players get attracted into multiplayer, because we had less problems in vanilla and stuff, and as it was getting more and more painful and people started complaining more, there is the amount of people playing started growing.
I mean, I feel like Civ in general usually have a drop every time there releases a new game. There seems, in the beginning of Civ 5, there wasn't much organized multiplayer. In the beginning of Civ 6, it was much smaller than now. Since usually the Civ games feel a bit empty, I feel like, when you're only playing vanilla. You need the expansions to actually feel like a full game.
I mean, because they just strip a new game of all the features of the previous game, and then they really release it in the DLCs, so you have to pay for it for what you already have.
Like World
Yes.
Congress and stuff. Yeah.
I would like to say that I do not endorse this message. I would like to keep a good working relationship with 2K, for instance.
Oh, my bad. It has only gotten better with the years.
Wait, why is my microphone so loud? Jesus.
It's only gotten better.
I mean, I do feel like the game has gotten better. I think it's kind of par for the course for any sort of big strategy game for them to go through a period where the release is okay, and then it gets a lot better over time. I feel like that's the same for Warhammer, for Civ, any sort of game, or for Total War rather.
Yeah, fair enough. Also, the Paradox games have kind of the same feeling.
True.
When the expansions add a lot to the experience. So I guess maybe it's just natural that you want more stuff in the game. That only comes with the expansions usually.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, they don't want to put all the they don't want to put all the ideas from the previous game right away, otherwise maybe they won't come up with something new. There is always an option to add something that already happened in the previous game, in the expansion, right? Like, for example, you had a Congress in Civ 5, right? But it didn't happen in the Civ 6 vanilla. They only added, I think, was it the third? Was it Covering Storm? It wasn't even Rise and Fall, I think, right?
Yeah, I think it was Gathering Storm. Yeah. Did Rise and Fall have?
So you released the game, and then the DLC. Remember the Congress from previous game you loved? We finally added it. Only $40.
$40 for this feature.
I mean, maybe. No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was saying maybe when they release the game, they are not really sure what direction they want to take it. And then a little bit down the road, they figure they want to have congresses in the game, so they add it.
I think you're 100% on the money. I think a lot of these games are released as complete games with like a little bit of holes in them. And then what they want to do is they want to hear from the players. What do the players want to see? And players overwhelmingly ask for things like the World Congress. Like, there's so many features in this game that players ask for. I can't think of like a huge amount of them now, but I feel like players were asking for World Congress. Oh my god, I crashed again. Thanks for access.
Surprise.
Re-lobby Simulator 2022. So we're on Crash 2. Now, the question is, can we make it to Crash 3 before I start to slowly whittle away what sliver of sanity I have left in my life?
That is a big question. Wait, did both of you fire access again?
Yeah.
Absolutely. At this point, we're Crash brothers. We're locked in.
It's okay, Potato. This is the point in the game when you start to give yourself some false hope by saying, what if we switch hosts? So who's hosting right now?
We can also start it all over again. That's always an option.
I don't know what.
Well, I appreciate your optimistic take there. No.
Wait, so you got back from the doctor a little later than anticipated. Does this mean you haven't had dinner yet?
No, I managed to I did actually cook dinner. That was why I was late, because I got back from the doctor and I was like, God, I still got to make dinner. And then I made dinner and then I ate dinner. And then I looked at the time as I like finished my dinner and it was like, whatever, 6:40, like 6:59. And I was like, I need to run upstairs now.
Okay, that's good. I'm really mad now about that cookie.
Dude, that cookie, that could be like the MVP cookie that saves you from like the sugar dip that you're about to go through. Like, I mean, you got to check those glucose levels.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm gonna go find myself another cookie.
Honestly, at this point, you probably deserve to steal someone's cookie, because you know, an eye for an eye, a cookie for a cookie.
Pay it forward. You're right. Wait, guys, have we talked yet about the CWC group? Like, I assume that it's too late to try to change them in any way, so we're just going to play it out like this. But how many groups move forward? How many teams move forward from the group stage to the next?
4 and a
Well, Lucy is very happy with that. I think it's pretty fair and balanced.
Gonna reach quarters somehow, right?
My big friend Leash secured us a spot in the playoff.
Yeah, how much did you pay Michael to do that draw, Jack?
Leash is organizer as well as the captain of the list. He made sure it was unbiased and the drafting was fair.
Your hands are clean, huh?
No, that's gonna be fun, actually. It'll be really fun.
Yeah, the Civ World Cup, when does that start? The CWC, right?
It starts actually, like, it kind of snuck up on us. I felt like the last one just ended, but
It was
the
like
next one,
right before Christmas.
yeah. I mean,
It's next week.
next week.
Oh man, that's gonna be a lot of Civ. God, you guys, why did people have to get me addicted to like multiplayer Civ? Can I go do something else on my weekends?
Sorry, it's too late now. We're dragging you down with us.
Yeah, I'm merging with the collective. Yeah.
They put up a new lobby. I don't know if you guys joining.
Is that another new one?
Yeah.
Plus, scrap, go red, death. Looks like players are starting to reach the limit. Perhaps the re-lobby. I wonder which team will surrender first in a re-lobby simulator situation.
It seems like it won't be Barking Gang. It seems like those guys have endless patience for the victory screen.
True. I'm gonna not stream to Discord this time until I'm in game, in the hopes that somehow helps me from getting a Firaxis crash.
Oh, we could try that.
I mean, I didn't do it, and I still fire access crashed.
This is not a time to be logical, Jack.
Yeah, this time it'll be different.
What about our bats?
Shut up. I was not in.
I'm waiting for that settler buy.
Okay. You're gonna also have to ask m1oel for the money. You're helping m1oel.
I'm playing on the opposite team whenever that happens.
m1oel is gonna put himself in charge of random.org just so he doesn't have to be in a team with us.
We already did that a while on TBD, where we picked Russia with old religious settlements and bought settler and got settler. And I was okay.
Yeah, go. You were what?
I was never the recipient of the settler buys,
I
unfortunately.
was gonna ask, is Ben just always Russia? So it was always Ben, and is that what trained the current habits you have today?
Actually, it was before Ben joined TBD.
What?
Back in season 2 and 3 of CVC.
So who is it? Tordred?
Tordred and Khornie, mostly.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't get Russia all too often, since it was... I mean, it was very good then. It's really good now. But when we did, we usually deployed the strategy. Most notably in the game versus Ulysses, actually. I think you remember that one, Jack, when you played Persia and I played
I don't remember. I don't remember that game at all.
You don't remember, yeah?
I don't remember.
How unfortunate.
It happens. You know, getting old.
Yeah? Can't remember every failure, right?
A success? If I recall, I don't remember what happened there.
Yeah, it could be both, right?
Yeah, it could be both.
Wait, does Zulu get bonus on barracks and stable, or only barracks?
On both.
Okay.
I think it's on all their buildings, right?
On all encampment buildings.
Okay. I see.
But looks like we're in game and turns are happening. So at long last, the people's will has not been broken. We are here through multiple relobbies.
Okay, Kavachok Grandmaster's coming online. 200 faith a turn, it looks like. Wait, is that per turn?
That is per turn. He is 170. Sorry.
Okay.
And the production as well.
It's
Off the charts.
Yeah, 183 production here for Kabachok on Russia. I mean, the closest player is on 127, and it's a free simming Zulu over here. Well, I guess free sim maybe is a bit of an exaggeration because they do have a few units, but and here's the thing that's blown my mind about this Russia. It's not like he built no military, and like he has like walls and defensive buildings, and he's still top dog in this game. Is this just showing off the power of Russia, or like what's happening?
Just a good spawn. He had extremely high tempo spawn with also Earth Goddess and like, I mean, just like everything went his way. He had a lot more production than anyone else. So even if he builds the units, it doesn't slow him down.
Yeah, it like costs him nothing.
Triangle. You can't deny the farm triangle.
Triangle.
Oh, Apriolo would love those.
I think the triangle is only gonna get bigger. There is 3 more open spots on top.
Oh my god, the rare 3x3 farm triangle, rarely seen, used in real life due to its power to bring down an entire game due to sheer amounts of growth.
If he wins the game, that's why.
Yeah, we can trace it all the way back to this farm triangle. Now, rarely seen is the farm hexagon. Very close to having a farm hexagon, just this one hill here kind of getting in the way.
Until, what is it, civil engineering.
Yeah, once civil engineering is up, then we can potentially see ourselves a farm hexagon here, but...
Okay. Hungary repairing walls. Trinda's going to be real sad once that wall comes up.
Wait, did he not get to tap the city with the archer? Does that not prevent it?
It does, but the turn...
He should have... He shot the unit because the city is 200 HP, so it hasn't been shot.
Oh no! I feel like I would have like a counter on my desk. Like I haven't shot the city in like 3 turns. I need to shoot it to make sure walls don't come back up. This is going to be a feels bad man moment if that goes through.
I mean, at this point, even if he can take the cap, he's not full killing Hungary for a while. So if I were Macedon here, I feel like the right move for Macedon is to just try to sim up a little bit so you don't get completely rolled by France if France chooses to come this way.
Yeah. And I mean, France is simming like crazy right now. Like, I mean, 1, 2, 3 settlers in the production queue, another settler out. And it looks like they are going to be settling east to basically take over this front line from Hungary.
I mean, but does France even want to go for Macedon? I feel like going for Macedon just only slows you down and it gives more time to Russia to get even higher in stats.
So what would you do if you were Hizagi here, Jack, looking at everything? Is it CC plus?
I would usually complain and blame my team.
Your units!
I mean, this is what I did in almost all my recent games when this happened.
Is this the point in the game, Jack, where you ask ask your teammates what win condition we have?
I mean, truly, I don't really see what he can do. I mean, the only way this game is gonna get played out if it's gonna be extremely dragged out, Rome kills. I mean, they're killing Aztec, and then they try to go 2 versus 1, and maybe France can nuke Kabachok eventually. But then we're looking at what, one turn 120 game, and they also have to defend culture while all of this is happening.
I mean, they, to be honest, don't know really how good Kabachok is looking right now. Like, the stats aren't crazy yet. And they can't see production. I'm assuming they haven't scouted all of it. Probably, right?
No, they only see 3 to 4 cities of Russia's.
Yes, you're missing a lot of information. Maybe they don't think he can carry that hard.
I mean, because like from their perspective, Russia's only ahead like 10 science, 10 culture from Vietnam. So Vietnam's probably feeling comfortable.
Yeah, exactly.
But you guys know how Kabachok plays. Like, if the barking gang is gonna be persistent to play this game, is never gonna finish. The guy doesn't go for victory condition. He usually just increases his stats until enemy just concedes.
Well, that's not going to be good against an enemy that doesn't concede.
Potato, could you look north of Vietnam again?
Yeah.
Like something was about to go down. Yeah.
Oh no.
This settler.
That's the thing. He's gonna be spamming settlers, and then he'll probably try to nuke and force them into surrender. But he's never gonna go for culture victory or science victory. But Kabachok.
Maybe he has changed, Jack.
No, man. I did you not see the Iron Man game he played?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He kept nuking the irrelevant guy I think pillaging his tile until the game got until he lost the Diplo victory on turn 140.
This is a bit sad though from Zulu. He probably saw the cap go down in pop, so he knows a settler was pop. But he didn't. I guess he forgot about the unit maybe, so he didn't bother to check with it.
Yeah, I wonder because Vietnam sees the scout, but protected with the knight. He could have snatched that if he had predicted it, you know?
Yeah.
Good point, m1oel. I never think about watching the pop for when the settler comes out. It's just at this point in the game, there's so much to do. That level of detail is something that only you do.
I mean, that's what makes... Go ahead.
No, I mean, he's rather pre-sim, right? So he should have some time to watch stuff like that.
That's true. Wow, he has no confidence in his teammates' naval abilities.
I was just about to say, rather than settling on that nice cattle tile, settling inland, completely ceding any of the ocean.
Yeah. It's like, well, what if they lose naval? What if? Okay. Alright. Fiercest is buckling in. So I'm curious what Hazagi is doing. Can we see what he's teching? I wonder what his plan is for the game.
It looks like printing.
Okay.
Uh,
It's
what,
hard to see where that will take him or where he will choose to go after that.
I mean, is that military science? Like, or is
Well,
it
you
too
can
early?
either way because of the +3 it gives you, the intel it gives you in combat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because you wouldn't get that for like double tourism on your great works, right? It's for the +3 or potentially going to military science.
Mm-hmm. But then after that, I guess it's a question of does he go top tree here, frigates and caravels into battleships for Kabachok, or does he try to go to tanks?
I don't know. Maybe is the naval play like completely off the table here? It feels like the easiest way to get to Russia, but like Russia also didn't settle this coast at all.
Does Russia know? Does he see Hazagi's?
Yeah, he sees m1oel and maybe another city. Doesn't know that they're fully coastal, although he would know about the fact that they went double galley, so they know at least a couple of Hazagi cities are on the coast.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can look at harbor points per turn, right? And then determine how many cities. Also, if he goes into the trade screen with France and hovers over the cities, he will see which cities has harbors. And then he knows those are coastal.
That's true. That's true. Now, the true 5-head move here is to settle one tile off the coast and then build a harbor anyway.
Okay. But I've seen a lot of games where that happens. And then if your enemy happens to sit on your harbor for like one turn, it's just game over for you because you can't make any more boats.
Yep, true. That's a wrap.
I mean, isn't that kind of awkward right now? I mean, it's too late for him to start making galleys, so he's not gonna have that many pre-builds for the coast, no? Talking about Russia or
Yeah,
anyone, no?
Cha can contest naval against Hazagi, who has all of his cities on this ocean, right? I don't even think he's thinking about it.
No, I don't think so either. What is Hasagi thinking right now? Because he's just cracked out like 4 settlers.
Look, he's going buttress. He's going buttress. Okay, so he is thinking about the naval play. He's going to Russia.
Yeah, but he doesn't have pre-builds.
Yeah. He has like, what, 8 turns to get him up? He'll figure it out. Where's Magnus? Go chop.
That's the weirdest part, because you don't want to be delaying your industrialization, but you also don't want to be going industrialization without any galleys pre-build, because pre-building caravels obviously cost a lot more, since you can one turn a galley, but one turn in caravel is quite a massive investment.
Nagasaki, I'm seeing that Kabachok is making what, like 1 admiral point per turn?
I mean, he can 5 buy. He has 205. I've been actually, when I was like playing Arabia, I'm pretty confident to go naval, because you can just, usually you have so much 5 generation, you can just snatch a Rajendra or another like admiral by 5 buying it in the mid game.
That's true. Yeah, but I think he's probably planning on just like 3 caravels and then a whole bunch of frigates here.
So
That's a mistake. I don't.
does going 3 caravels and doing frigates here actually do anything? Because like the only thing you could attack is Kumasi and Cahokia. Is that enough?
Yeah, no? How would you do it, Jack?
I mean, he doesn't really need caravels. I mean, Hazagi, because Kabachuk doesn't have anything in the coast. Caravels are only good against other naval, right? In this thing, you want to probably prioritize frigates and potentially battleship. But the problem is you can't really do anything with the naval units once the opponent has RT and balloon. So I guess he just wants to secure the coast, right? Like you make sure the opponent can be on the coast and then you nuke him, because I mean nuclear submarine armadas have 100%, close to 100% chance of succession, and you can't really respond if you don't have navy control, right? Like submarine is gonna hide somewhere in the deep water and just like drop nukes.
Yep, that's true.
And that's gonna be a victory condition, I suppose. And like I said, Kabachok is usually not the guy who will go for victory condition, right? The guy can have 2,000 culture, 3,000 culture, 5,000 culture, but still not going for culture victory. He's just gonna be keep increasing it, building more cities. Like if you click on 4 and see, look at this. Click on 4 next to Kabachok. There is like still green spots. They're all gonna be filled up. Like you can already see that there is a snow explorer going from Astrakhan.
On his way to build the Amundsen Scott Research Station.
Has that ever been built and had an impact on a game? I can't imagine.
What do you say?
The Amundsen Scott Research Station. That has to be a meme. Like there's no way someone ever built it seriously in a game.
You know, in the BBG, it is buffed. They moved the bonus from snow to tundra requirements, so it's actually pretty good on like Canada and Russia because they have naturally high culture and they obviously live in tundra, so you can kind of do it sometimes.
Okay, fair enough. I guess it is okay to build and get.
Yeah, but it's always usually so late, and like at that point in the game, when it comes, the science, if you're going for science victory, science is not a problem. You have so much science that you usually overflow to 1-turn attack until the end of the game, right? Through taking a cheaper technology and then overflowing into more expensive ones, so you keep 1 turning.
Yeah, you like bounce from top to bottom.
Yeah, you keep bouncing because like on online speed, actually, the one technology a turn is a bigger restriction than the getting science to 1 turn the technologies. If you play correctly, if you go like research lab, you put a specialist, you stack everything right, and you try to go for it.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. And it's the same, honestly, if you get like a really god spawn in like regular speeds, like you want to be 1-turning techs. There's a Russia science victory rush that I think it starts 1-turning techs around turn, I want to say like 80. If you do it right, it's like a monumentality opener and you get like 40 cities and you just go nuts.
You know, the cool thing about Macedon is with the science from Basilikoi, they can research multiple takes a turn if they make enough.
True, because if you chop out a unit, you can finish attack, right?
Yeah. Which, I mean, is very seldom relevant, but it's nice nonetheless.
I still haven't gotten to test out my Naval Macedon game, m1oel. No one. It's my dream to one day be able to play Naval Macedon and figure out how to get Basilikoi up in every city before I start pre-building my caravels, and maybe use that to boost.
One day you'll have a Naval Macedon game with Third Age, Dark Age, and then Descartes and Venetian and fascism somehow, and Basilikoi in every city.
Oh my god. That would be the dream. We're gonna make it happen.
Someday.
Naval Macedon sounds about as good as Naval Hungary, an entirely landlocked civilization building boats. Seems logical.
You'd be surprised how many island Macedon spawns we've seen.
I can imagine.
Yes, thing, but
one thing. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Fair enough. One thing I was going to ask you guys about this map, like, is this a weirdly shaped map? You know what I mean? Like, because this looks really unusual. It looks like the game was like, okay, it's a continents game, and it made 2 continents, and it was like, oh wait, we need to connect them, and then it just like made this weird.
With a very large eye.
I thought if I like turned the screen a certain way, it kind of looked like an Among Us guy, but then like this is an eye over here, and then this lake is an eye, and there's like a little head, and then there's like arms, and then he's got 2 like weird little scarecrow legs. It's like
I see it. Yeah, Sandra would like that.
It looks like a small dog. I'm not sure how you get a small dog from this, but I'm just going to not trust YouTube chat.
I don't see that either. I think we got everything we wanted out of the Pangea map, though, right? We got like a crazy classical war.
2 even.
For sure, yeah. I mean, currently this game has basically everything you want, right? Early classical war against by a civ that loves doing early classical war. We have the Aztecs getting caught with their pants down, getting rushed by Roman legions and having to get a cockroach city. And then we have, you know, a Sim City Russia just absolutely popping off, currently building their tier 3 faith buildings. And then, like, you know, everything here has just been kind of nutty, actually.
Vietnam did not lose that settler.
No, it looks like it survived. I wonder what happened to the scout. I guess the knight killed it.
Wait a minute, what is that coastal? Uh-oh.
On who?
on who? Exactly.
Who?
I mean, I feel like Vietnam can actually defend for a while. If he's the one controlling Kabul, right? Yeah, he's the one controlling Kabul. I mean, he can get those field cannons to level 2, level 3, and then they're just gonna spread everything until the usual arty balloon.
You really love those units, don't you?
Ah, yeah.
Did you see Jack's duel against Chuck yesterday?
Only the beginning.
I was personally very surprised by how effective those arties were against your battleships, Jack.
I mean, it's always been this this case that arty just destroys the battleship.
Yeah, I guess so. I had to see it to believe it.
I actually mentioned it in BBG, and I told them there should be a change, but not the battleship. I proposed that missile cruiser should have 4 range to like counter that. Because, you know, like the quad has 1 range, frigate has 2, battleship has 3, so naturally missile cruiser would make sense to have 4, and it would also come as a kind of soft counter to arty balloon until the rocket artillery, which has a 4 range as well.
I think it's a reasonable suggestion, and it would even out the sort of combat between naval ranged and land artillery.
I mean,
One of
there is naturally like a lot of naval warfare, especially with taking city late games come down because of the RT balloon just shoot it out battleship. People just like last move, the battleship shoot, and then they like try to first move away before the RT shoots. And there is also might be instances where the guy who is trying to shoot the battleship with RT might be clicking on the tile, and then if you click away. Fast away battleship, the RT will go in the water and then you can shoot them down. So it's like it just becomes extremely painful game and not extremely fun for both sides, I feel like. And the truth is just the battleship can't really do anything against RT because I mean artillery doesn't have a penalty against naval. So they do full damage, which is like what, 80?
Yep.
And the battleship has like what, 65 on defense, 60, like it gets melted.
I mean, but that's kind of that was one of the design decisions that was made with Siege, right? Siege is the defense against ships.
Yeah, it does make sense. Like, I mean, it makes sense what historically and just like, I mean, and everything, right? Like in the gameplay wise, but it just comes to the point that like even missile cruisers can't really do anything against artillery just because free range, right? And then like they still kind of get melted by artillery. So my suggestion was to make the missile cruiser have 1 extra range, which gives them a slight edge in shooting down until the defender catches up on technologies.
No, I definitely think it's a reasonable suggestion, because it makes sense, right? Because missile cruisers can't benefit from drone or balloon, whereas rocket arty can. So like they should, you know. I feel like you could pack a drone onto a missile cruiser. Is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Just build it in.
I've also been proposing the Caravel with rams, but I didn't have that much success.
Caravel can like ram cities.
Yeah, there's like with rams.
Interesting.
But, no one wants to support it. They think I'm stupid.
Did you play during that time as well, Jack? You know,
I did play. I think I remember when there was a cult of people defending and saying that a ram with tank was also reasonable.
Tank ram?
Yeah.
Jeez.
When the Ram worked against Steel, and then the Fire Axis nerfed it, and then the Ram Steel worked with tanks and heavy cavalry, so people still used it.
That's just silliness at that point. Like, can you imagine in real life?
I know, but there was a lot of people. There was a cult of people defending this interaction.
No, that makes no sense. Like, imagine, like, I know games aren't about realism, but I just want you to picture, like, a bunch of dudes in, like, T-34s, you know, driving into a city, and then they have, like, towed behind one of these tanks is, like, a medieval ram. You know what I mean? To make it easier to... It makes no sense. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I mean, yeah, but, like, infantry can still use the Ram right now, right?
Yeah.
Against the Ancient Walls.
That's true, that's true.
And the guy with the guns can still, like, pack a Ram.
So Indonesia is building a whole bunch of encampment buildings. Is this just to contest Great General points, or are they getting ready for a war? Or sorry, Vietnam. My brain went.
They are trying to boost gunpowder, I'm guessing, is part of it. And then they're doing that, and they're like, okay, well, if I'm going to build an armory, I might as well put in veterancy. And then they have veterancy in, and they're like, okay, well, if I'm going to have veterancy in, I might as well build all of these one-turn buildings. Why not?
Yeah, true. Makes sense.
I mean, he also wants to contest the Renaissance General, because it got expensive right now, right? You don't really want to be projecting for 300, but you kind of want to get it because you will need like the field cannon one against Russia and the Zulu.
I mean, it's also just kind of the natural progression of his sim. Like, he has gotten most of his campuses up and stuff. And now if he builds these, they will lend him production later on when he actually builds units. And he gets closer to mill academies.
That's right, with 3. Wait, there are 3 red CS, but he only controls 1. Okay. I guess he's contesting the other one. Who got Regendra, if anyone? What do the admiral look like? Because it looks like we are gearing up for some sort of naval war eventually.
Who are you looking for? Sorry.
No, it's Regendra, and he's not up. So go back to the Great People screen. It's still up for grabs, actually. So under admirals.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Regendra 3, and that's pretty important in naval warfare.
What do they do?
They give +3 to all naval units.
Gotcha. Which is like having an extra diplomatic visibility in terms of power. I gotcha.
Still up.
Still up. Could happen. And I feel like it's up to France to just snatch that away. I feel like they're the only one with a real coastal economy. I mean, I don't think anyone else even has a harbour.
To Jack's
Kabachok can fave buy it, and if he has Oracle, I think he can even buy it next turn. Or who has an Oracle? I don't know.
I don't think anyone has Oracle. I haven't seen it. I mean, he's getting Colosseum. I don't see Oracle.
He's getting Colosseum.
I mean, he can actually fave buy it in 2 turns if he saves the fave, which he seems to be doing. And also, by the way, he's building Colosseum on turn. It's going to be finished on turn 71.
What it looks like for the fans. Okay.
Could you check how long until next era?
Sure thing. There are 9 turns until the next era, and pretty much only Rome.
Well, I think usually people want to be in Dark Age for this era because
that's true.
That's heroic.
I think Kabachok is going to go for monumentality.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
He's still kind of far from his golden, but maybe
I mean, he can start Inquisition, that's free. Colosseum, he can probably, I don't know, a galley. He's gonna get few great people of culture. I mean, Favebind gives you free era score.
Maybe is he at his UU? 103 science.
Kozak is not gonna be in time, but nationalism gonna be in time.
Giga Kabachok Sim. Oh, that's tragic what's happening to those farms.
It is. I was actually going to comment on it. Like, this beautiful farm, Giga Triangle, has just been obliterated by a horrifying drought.
I agree with you though, Potato. I want to see a farm hexagon, and I want to see that hill turn into a farm at some point.
Right? It's honestly it's the thing that has me most on the edge of my seat here. It's the emotional hook I have in the game.
CCC, build a farm hexagon.
I'm not allowed to influence the game. Like I'm looking at like a few of Rome's cities, and like they're pretty well developed. But I'm noticing that there's like certain like the city of Ravenna. Like I don't see many tile improvements here. Is that just like a style thing? Is it like you don't have time to get your builders out, or
I don't know Sprig that well. I don't know if maybe he's a player who prefers building units to building builders.
fair?
Like that, or I just chop everything and then I'm like, maybe this will be a mine someday, or maybe it won't.
Makes sense to me.
I feel like he probably. No,
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead. You were talking.
I feel like he probably has a builder on one turn in that city, and then he tries and align it with builders in other cities, so only has to use the feudalism card for one turn.
Ooh.
So he's basically waiting for his next batch of builders.
Yeah.
See him building some in the Aztec cities, which would suggest he has prepared it in this city as well.
Makes sense.
That would make sense because I'm so lazy when I play this game solo because like you can do whatever you want against I just like leave serfdom in. He actually has serfdom plugged in, believe it or not.
Let's have serfdom.
Okay. And I guess he has forgot, or he prioritized differently.
Guys, best games are the games where you've got your serfdom, but then you also have your limes, your bastions, and your mercenary or your professional army in the entire game. Never have to worry about a card change.
I mean, I think since the France spammed those settlers, I think they're clearly preparing for extremely long game here. The barking gang.
Yeah, I think you're dead right. I don't think you spam settlers if you're like, I'm trying to win in the next few turns, because settlers take a long time to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the barking gang are gonna be playing for a long time. I think they probably already freed up the wall tomorrow, right, and ready to go.
Do you guys, and this is a question for everyone, is there like a mental turn in which you're like, okay, I'm just not going to build any more settlers after this turn? Like for me, it's usually turn 75. It's like, this is it for my sim. I do not want to do any more simming. Does that happen to anyone else? Or is it really, you just keep going all the way to the end if it's right?
One spot safe, no? I mean, if your monumentality is safe, is there ever a limit when where do you put the faith into?
Thanks.
Or you can build more holy site. And more settlers, like I'm telling you, like I don't know if you saw the game that Kavachuk played when he was playing Japan in the FFA Ironman.
Yeah.
Like settle half of the map.
Yeah. I saw it from Noob's perspective only. It was very sad.
Speaking as someone who likes to live without limits, I don't think there's ever a turn where I stop building settlers. Because every time I see a nice city spawn, I'm like, dude, I need a settler over there, like ASAP.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, granted, I don't play multiplayer, so...
I mean, you must love your monumentality civs then. Being able to buy them at will.
Oh, for sure. I think the couple of times I have played multiplayer, I think I got like like the greatest golden age ever. It was like a heroic age with monumentality, and I had like 200 faith per turn, and I made like 10 settlers over the course of like 12 turns, and I settled all my cities. I'm like, great, I'm in second place. And then the Mapuche player built like nothing but caravels because I didn't know about not settling on the coast, and just completely took away half my empire and took away my second place. Feels bad, man. The danger of being a newbie in a lobby, because people will just see you as free food.
Definitely, especially if they know you're new.
So why would you build Terracotta Army? Is it just for the promotion, so you could just have like a slightly stronger army going into war? I thought that the heal would be pretty important there, though.
I mean, it's partly like the promotions on the units is not bad, but then if you get the promotion on the spy as well, helps you reach a level 2 spy, which gives another diplomatic visibility when used.
That is true. You have to get 2 promotions on your spy, don't you, in order to get the extra level?
Yeah. So usually if you want to guarantee it, you have Victor and then put 2 promotions in it, train the spy in that city, and then it will start with 1 promotion. And then you build Terracotta. But I don't think he really had the time to do Victor 2 here. I think it needs to be later then. So he's just doing it now.
About Macedon.
No, Rome. He's building Terracotta.
Turn.
Oh, so is Macedon. Macedon is 5
Oh.
turns away, though.
He's all the way down by.
Yeah, but I feel like Victor 3 is quite a big commitment, especially if you're not in an active war. Huh?
I mean, I feel like you can do it later on in the game. Obviously not as your first governors, but somewhere around turn 60 or something, you can just dump the big envoys, the gov title promos there, instead of having like Reina free or Liang for what's it called, Amani for.
Well, I mean, I really like to do it on Mongolia, you know, but usually when I do it on Mongolia, my opponent still has level 2 without doing anything like that. You know, he just magically has a level 2, like every single time.
Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, you know, you have to work your ass off to get a level 2, and the guy just like magically has it, like on a religious save without intelligence agency.
Some people were just born better. I'm sorry to tell you, Jack. Born to play.
That's actually a beautiful terracotta. He has so many units.
Yeah, definitely. A huge amount of these units are going to be leveled up. That's like so much health in the bank, like if he does decide to go on the aggression. Although this is like a really annoying place to try to go to fight. Like it's a 3-tile gap and there's a natural wonder. Jesus.
At least. And then the other guy's going to have battleships.
Yeah, for sure. Because he actually has settled coastally in a couple of places. So it looks like he is making a naval play. He's got some harbours. Not a huge amount, but some. I do really like how the Zulu's lands are looking right now. Like this is looking like a really, really good sim. It was looking a little bit shaky earlier when like there were no mines and everything had been chopped. But now it's starting to look a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, it looks very nice actually, and if you look at the like food and production, you see a huge difference between both Zulu and Russia compared to the enemy team.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where is Zulu's culture coming from, actually? Do you think it's mainly his Akanda buildings? Because I see one theater square.
He's getting 44 in his capital, which probably has to do with Moksha, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, probably Moksha, and then he has gotten 1 work from Russia, maybe?
Okay.
Let's see, where is the theater square? Maybe I can check that.
His cap? Yeah. No.
If you hover over his cap as well.
Great
Yeah,
works, the
can-
Canterbury Tales.
Okay. I mean, it's not the input. I mean, it's a little only, but helps. I guess.
130 is still a lot, though, for like a theater square with basically no adjacency. 1 book.
I think he just... Oh, he still has pen, brush, and voice plugged in.
Okay.
And he has a really high population empire as well, because he spawned in jungle. Looks like he chopped out a lot of pop. I don't know about you, but like this is looking like a lot of pop in here compared to...
Yeah.
I think you can check it in the spectator thing. If you go to one of the other tabs instead of yields. There's one with cities and pop somewhere. Maybe if you go in... No, it's on the banner thing. Maybe if you go in text...
It's an era section. By the way, Kabachuk is building 3 wonders. He's definitely trying to get the Vern Golden and
yeah. Colosseum just finished, and we've got Anchor Wat coming up.
What? When was the last time we've seen Angkor Wat being built in teamers?
I've actually
More
seen
not.
it a couple times in like small games.
Yeah?
I think I saw it in one of the games last week, although I might be misremembering. I don't know, it feels like a bit of a useless wonder.
I mean, it's 13 pop.
That's true.
More of an FFA wonder though. man.
Yes, solo second.
I mean, it's not terrible to be honest.
Look at this. So, talking about the religious guy getting level 2 spy for free, we can look one in Vietnam land. No, some people build terracotta, trying their ass off, and other guy just like steals gold in his neighbor land. Next to 2 encampments.
What? No consulate on Vietnam, maybe.
No, there is no consulate as far as I can see. Ooh, man, I feel like, am I crazy? But those diplomatic quarter buildings are so good, especially if there's a ton of city-states on the map. You get all the envoys. I guess it's less relevant in a teamer, right?
No, it's super relevant in a teamer.
Really?
I mean, it's good because you're gonna be naturally building a lot of encampments, right?
Yeah, true. I am really, really surprised that they haven't gone for the consulate here. I guess a lot of the time is you're making sacrifices, right? You can't build everything. You got to get what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's pretty good. I think it gives Suzerain the envoy bonus, right? Of all city states, at like what 3 and 6 envoy bonus. Like I mean, the first building gives at 3, the second one at 6, and reducing the spy level as well as what is it? Getting influence.
Yeah,
Also,
it's.
thinking... No, go on.
No, go ahead. I was. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to say that I think in BBG they also increased the value of kill. You know, you get science if you capture a spy after you complete. I think the second building, if I'm not mistaken, the value has been increased. It's 300 science.
Yeah, it's actually. Well, it says in the Civilopedia it's 200, but 200 is still a lot because like that's nearly a whole turn of science if you kill a spy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's on standard speed, so on here it's only 100, which is not bad, but
I'm not sure if it's actually two. It might be. I'm pretty sure it's 200, or maybe even 300 on online. I think the description might be wrong because I mean it's a custom description, right?
Yeah,
Written
true.
By the guys here, so by our modders, so they might just not converted it into like standard, just like wrote it for online.
Yeah, no, that's true. That makes a sense. Like sometimes like the localization files don't get updated. I don't know if they like pull parametrically, if like this number is tied into the actual stats of the building, but maybe it just wasn't updated.
Is Kappa +3 amenities in all cities? Russia.
Let's have a look here. I don't know what's the easiest way to tell.
I think you can click on the loyalty, or just click on.
On loyalty, and click on 8, and if it gives +3 loyalty with amenity above it, it means it's happy. If it gives +6, it's ecstatic.
Yeah, he's +3 in all cities.
Oh, +6 in the cap. Like that's got to be a really nice position to be in, man. I wonder where all of his amenities are coming from. Is that coming from like things like Colosseum and luxuries? Oh, that's right.
He's using the amenity card, and probably classical Republic as well.
Wait, the naval battle is beginning. You can see the Hazaki's admirals have arrived.
I mean, there is a build where they can chop the walls.
Yeah.
I mean, there is only 2 caravels. I feel like right now Kawacho can just buy siege units like Bombard Trebuchet.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we didn't see. Oh wait, he snatched Regendra, by the way. I think.
How about get Regendra?
Who got Regendra?
I gotta scroll up a bit. I think it's.
Was it not taken yet?
Not. Yeah, it's the. Oh wait, it's this turn. It's this turn. Go to the Great People screen. Yeah, yeah.
Imerius still left?
Wait a minute. He passed. Okay, so Russia, Kabachak is going to unlock the admirals, and then Zulu can take.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for a snatch here, which is a dangerous
it's
move.
such a disadvantage to be the only person on your team going for admiral points, or really any great person. But
Yeah, because if you pass on it and the enemy has like a faith civ, boom, the really good ones get snatched.
or even just like two people going for it, one person can unlock and give the other person a heads up. It's such a disadvantage to be the only person going for admiral points.
But I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's all already passed, and I feel like Kavachuk is not gonna make it in time by the end of the era, so the medieval admiral is gonna be obsolete.
Okay.
You might be right. I mean, do these coastal settles, is it worth Hazagi's time now to try and like take these away from Russia, even just to hurt them?
Yeah, I think. Well, my opinion, it does, because the person with naval control, just wins at nukes.
That is true, actually. If
Raise
you
the cities, and Kabachak doesn't have any boats. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I agree, but like there is also a problem. I don't think 2 caravels is gonna be enough. I mean, maybe he can take all on nets, but I mean, there is a builder. He can always chop the walls, and there is no way to deal with the walls until frigates.
yeah,
The weird part is like Kabachok knows he has upgraded caravels, and that France has upgraded caravels, but he's building harbor. He's not building galley pre-builds or walls.
Mhm.
He can always chop, but still, you want as many galleys as possible,
Mhm.
or at least one in every city, and then walls.
Maybe he's gonna build it with fascism, Cold War cards, seaports. You know.
Oh, yeah.
The cities are in Coliseum range, so they're ready.
I do agree with you, though, m1oel. I think Kava might have gotten a little too excited here about those harbors.
I mean, if you have a sim this fat, like you're a thick ass boy, I think you're just like, dude, I'm simming as hard as possible. I'm getting away with everything, and I think this might just be like a little bit of hubris. Like he doesn't. But again, like Jack said, I don't think 2 caravels like ends the game.
No, I think raising those coastals puts him in a fighting position, gives him something to do against Russia.
For sure.
But I mean, Kavachuk has ballistics in 2, and he's just gonna fave by a Corsair, and it's gonna be the end. Like 2 caravels are not gonna. I mean, they have a chance maybe against Olenets, but he has to reveal it. He's gonna reveal it this turn. Next turn, the walls get chopped.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, they might not get chopped next turn because the mentality ends, so he's not gonna have movement.
Oh no.
This is where he has a 1-turn window to kill Olenets.
Does he take it? Does he know about it? Keith, does he see Elenet?
All dropped? Only me.
Only you,
Just you?
Magger.
Oh, only me.
It's because you didn't reinstall Windows 11.
I'm gonna say that your drop like coincided with me like misclicking in the game on your portrait, so I'm gonna take full credit for your drop, Jack.
That's nice of you.
There is actually something in the game, I think, that makes the game crash. I don't remember exactly what.
I think
Yeah.
there's more than just something.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna go hunt down a cookie, even if I have to bake it. I'll be back.
Good luck.
Third time's the charm. Yeah.
That's like the most epic cookie hunt I've ever heard of. All right, 2 seconds. I'm gonna go give food to my rabbit because she's complaining at me.
Understandable. Seems like we will be here in the relobby simulator for a while more.
You hungry? You want food?
Well, I'm set to inform you, but it looks like our duel will have to be postponed.
Oh no. Guess you can't be wrong if you keep on dodging it.
Oh wait, Shaka dropped as well. Unlucky.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Jack, if you had to pick a player to play right now, and it's not Russia, who would you pick?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Hungary, but I don't think he's in a favorable position.
Dude, have you seen his Pio Tahi? This is like the most incredible natural wonder in the game. I don't know what you don't like about Hungary's position right now.
I mean, and he has an extremely busted forest fire in the tundra.
True. Also,
oh wait, he's about to snatch an oracle as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if he actually gets the oracle, I will. Oh my god.
You know what's funny with Hungary is even though he's Iral, he can still be relevant for levying because the units, the city-state unit is going to be scaling faster than he is.
Yeah, true. Because like if the city-state builds like artillery or something, he could just levy it and just like blow up a city.
Yeah, he just levies and gets it.
Honestly, even if he like took Kabul, if you're Vietnam, having like 8 archers just appear at your back door pillaging is really, really annoying. Even if you can clean it up, you know?
Yeah, I know. I play Hungary a lot. I'll have to do it. It's so cheap. If you put both of the discount to upgrade cards, it's like what, 5 gold to upgrade from an archer to like. I mean, even it costs like 15 gold to upgrade from an archer to a field cannon.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The discounts are additive.
Yeah, and you get the +1 movement because, like, you know, in my opinion, like a 2 movement unit and a 3 movement unit are like different units. You know what I mean? Because you can move into like hard terrain and attack, or move into soft terrain and attack hard terrain. +1, like I think people undervalue how much +1 movement is. Like that's why Grand Columbia was so busted on release. The +1 movement, man.
I mean, this is like the movement change as well is the only thing where I would agree with Civ 5 folks who tend to shit on Civ 6, but like the movement is actually so much better than Civ 5. In case you forgot, like you know, like with like it doesn't matter how much movement you have left, you can always move on the last tile with your remaining movement.
Yeah,
so,
for
like,
sure.
If you have like 1 movement, right, and you want to cross a river on a hill woods, you can still do it with the last movement. So you can basically like kinda use all the remaining to cross any tile.
Yeah. Civ 6,
so
it feels so much slower. Yeah.
So that one thing I think should get reverted, but they obviously don't want to revert it because, you know, like you kind of want to have, you know, a sort of different game, right? So
yeah, I definitely feel like it made the game different, but I don't know if it made it better. And that's like, sometimes different is okay, but like I'm always, personally, I don't know about you, but I'm always looking for better. And I think it's hard because there's certain advantages from having it the way that it is, but I kind of liked the way melee unit balance in Civ 5 was, because melee units were like super relevant. Whereas I feel like in Civ 6, melee units without like a significant bonus are kind of just like a meat wall, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't feel like that in Civ 5.
I mean, there is a problem in a lot of times, you know, when you ask for something, you might think that you want it, but you don't actually want it, and once you get it, you actually get disappointed.
True.
there is a problem. 1 second, I need to zip up.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I totally understand what you're saying there. I get where you're coming from.
There is like a problem in a lot of online games where like a community asks from a developer to do something because they think that's going to make the game better, and the developer does it, and the game becomes much worse, and then the people, you know, like once they realize it, they just leave, right? Like they and then they blame the developer, even though the developer did what they asked. So it's pretty tough to be a developer, right? Because the people might be asking for something they don't actually want, and they will be, you know, like crying on the forums, we want this, and then they just like ruins the game, and then they just quit. For example, I felt like the one technology restriction per turn was extremely bad, and it was like bottleneck in the game, and I felt like it shouldn't be like this. Especially for Science Victor, it was a huge bottleneck. But then I played Humankind, and I don't have that, and I realized that it's absolute cancer. the guy, like, it just makes so when you snowball, it's impossible to catch up. So like, while the 1 turn per technology restriction is annoying to have, right? It kind of balances the game. It's sort of the guy who gets extremely ahead can, you know, like he has like 2K science, right? Like he's not that much ahead of the guy who's like only 300, and he's like maybe 2 turning and then 1 turn in the turn after, right?
Yeah. It's like basically because he like clicks on the end of the tech tree, rolls his face across the keyboard, and he has like everything unlocked the next turn. It was insane. Yeah. It was insane.
I mean, go on, sorry.
One thing, I do have 2 like kind of adjacent stories is I remember I was helping test another 4X game. I think it was Old World. And I was like, you know, I had this feeling that like one of the buildings I thought really, really sucked. And I was like, I think you need to like change it to be this way. And the developer was like, yeah, I'll change it. And he changed it and it was worse. And so I had to go to him. I was like, man, my suggestion was terrible. Can you fix it back to the way it was? I have to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you know, like it's good when like, you know, when you're communicating with developer and then, for example, can revert it, right? Like you're in a position, right? But if you're just a player, right, and then you like back for a change, and then it gets changed, and then, you know, like you can't just go back on the forums and start crying to revert it, right? Like the developer is not going to do it because it's like, he's not going to like, you know, back and forth go with the same change, right? So the player just quits.
Yeah,
even though it was his suggestion, he just like ruined his own game, and then he just quit.
No, I definitely think you have a really, really good point there. A lot of people will ruin their own games based on suggestions. Although I do have one hot take, and maybe you'll disagree with me. I think you should be able to do something other than settle cities with settlers. Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe you could like build a settler and put it in a city, and it gives you like +1 district slot.
Maybe. I really feel like there could be interesting a way to make the toll play. Like I'm talking about toll like 3-4 cities.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, there should be a lot of testing, and like I feel like developer, while, you know, like people say it's good when a developer listens to the community, it's also can be a lot of times be bad because a lot of people, they just don't know what they want. And
I think what's important is the developer listens to the community but ignores what they say. Does that make sense? Like, okay, you know, horses are a problem, but your fix is stupid.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, it's just basically somebody who, like, you know, like somebody in charge has to really have a good understanding of the game, and then he should try and then better test it and then see if it made game better or worse.
Yeah, for sure.
I will vote A, you will vote B.
Okay, B on T?
Silver?
Silver, okay. B
Silver
on...
only spawns in Toronto, so it's very unlikely it's not on Russia's.
Partizani?
Sure.
And then you. I'm B, you're A?
Yeah.
Perfecto. Locked in. Locked and loaded. In the pipe, 5x5, we're ready to go. I've submitted my votes. Let's go. Welcome back. Did you get your cookie?
No.
That was the most dejected no I've heard all day.
I had to console myself with some ice cream. I think it was okay trade.
Oh, ice cream seems like a pretty good deal.
I'm kind of impressed that Hungary is getting printing. He's not out of the game yet, guys. He's building Oracle.
For sure. We were actually commenting on that. Like, I mean, if this was turn 20, this is a pretty good Hungary start. You know, you've got Oracle half built, you've got POP Utati. It's just unfortunate that it's turn 75.
Better late than never is what I hear.
You know, the better late than never. There was this short story that someone wrote, and it was like legitimately 20 pages long, and at the end of it, it's just a pun, and it all revolves around the concept of better late than never.
What?
and I remember I read it once, and when I got to, and I was like, I just wasted like 2 hours of my life reading this short story about a snake, and at the end of it was just a pun. And that was the whole story. I felt like I had my time wasted.
I actually like that as a concept, though. It's funny.
It was the most incredible bait ever, because people were posting it like, dude, this is like an incredible story. And I was like, all right, cool. Sorry, yeah, that is Mount Roraima, not Pio Pio Tahi. I get the natural wonders mixed up in my head, because I'm just like, that one's a mountain, it's Vesuvius, you know, or a volcano. Sometimes I talk to my chat and then don't clarify.
That's okay. I'm still really sad that the city of Eager doesn't get to work that 1311 next to the Mercury to the left. Yeah. I guess it's only 4 pop. Oh my god, it doesn't have a granary.
I mean, one question I have for you is, if you're in the position of Macedon here, is there even a point in like fully trying to kill Hungary? Like, you must know that he has a cockroach city.
Yeah. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I mean, not at the expense of your own sim. And Trinda has to now worry about staying relevant to fight Rome and to fight Izaki.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is it viable for Trinda to fight Rome and Hizaki? Like, Rome's science here compared to Trinda is actually double. Is he basically setting himself up to be like the hardest speed bump in human history?
So, the hardest speed bump in human history. That's a good way of putting it. But also, you have to consider that Sprig is boosting his team's science, and Trinda is getting boosted. So I think that saves you around, what is it, like 40%.
That is true.
Look at what they're teching now. And I can't tell if Sprig's already got ballistics, but Trinda's been boosted all the way to ballistics. So it doesn't look like he's that far behind, to be honest.
Yeah, interesting. I never really thought about that, because in a team game, you share boosts with your allies. So you can actually sit about like half your opponent's science, as long as you have a pocket player, you know, simming away, giving you all those boosts.
If you have one person boosting your science, ideally one going top tree, one going bottom tree, if the game warrants it, and then you have one person boosting your culture tree, everyone else can just kind of follow along. There's really no point in having 2 people. Like, it's just not as efficient to do things unboosted.
No, totally. And this is why I appreciate
ballistics here. And I wonder if Hizagi has to worry about Ruin now. I think it would depend on what they're teching.
Would you really be concerned here?
Ups, which is not ideal. He still has a bit of a ways to go until ballistics.
Yeah, definitely. Like, what is it? It's what, stirrups 1, 2. Oh my god, that's actually so far away from ballistics. There is actually a strong window here.
And then Rome, it's hard to tell what Rome's already teched, but he's just trying to weave right now and catch up on his top tree stuff.
Well, one thing we can check with Rome is if he has any quarries, and see what their production is at, because that will tell us if he has gunpowder.
What's gunpowder? Oh, that's a good point.
Any quarries in chat?
All stones chopped. Oh no, he does. There, 2-4. So
yeah,
he does stirrups at least.
He has gunpowder. Yeah. I picked that one up from the pro players telling me that's how you check if someone has iron. If you see signs on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but with encampment it comes at the tech is kinda in between, so you know. So if you look in the tech tree, you will see the position of his portrait be a bit not placed in the same place as if you would have gone like archery. You see how they are different, so the portrait will be at different places.
Oh, that's true. It's one line ahead, actually. I didn't think about that either.
Yeah.
Clever.
Giving away all of the secret strats.
I feel like half...
Look at that flood. It's back.
Oh my god. I feel like half of like the strategy in the game isn't so much actually you like playing the game. It's like looking at enemy like numbers to try and figure out where they are.
Yes. Information is so important, and that's why spies are good. And once you get your spies up, there's less room for surprise.
Definitely.
So in my opinion, like early game war is more about you can do sneaky things and you can sometimes get very lucky, like we saw Rome with Aztec this game. And then once the spies are up in the late medieval, industrial, Renaissance eras, it's really just about having your sim in the right places so you can actually defend pushes or push yourself.
For sure. Also, Russia's culture has just gone insane. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this. 242 culture.
Oh. What did he do? Put in a card.
I've absolutely no idea. Let's have a look.
No.
Nothing. He just has this much raw culture. Do you know what they have? They probably have like all the great works.
I mean, he is at the point where he's beginning to work specialists probably in his two biggest cities.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I do want to ask you about specialists. Are specialists something that people time? Like, okay, I have 17 pop now. I have no more good tiles. Let's get that extra science. Let's get that extra culture.
Yeah. I mean, it partly depends on if you need it, and depending on what you're pursuing. And then, of course, if you don't have good tiles, I would just work a specialist instead. Like a free 1 or 4-0 farm when you're already at 17 pop, you just work a specialist instead, to be honest. You don't want to grow more. Or it doesn't really benefit you all too much to grow.
I mean, especially if you're on like double amenity bonus here on your capital, like just growing more, like you're just eating into your amenities, lowering your percentage bonus. You know, maybe you just don't need that much food.
No, that's very true as well. If it makes you jump below like aesthetic or happy or whatever the threshold is you're at currently, for sure you don't probably want to try and avoid growing if you can't hook up more luxes or something.
Speaking of amenities, actually, how important are amenities to your game? Because I basically ignore them when I'm playing. Like, is being -1 amenity like a big deal?
Yeah. I think there is a big difference between being unhappy and being neutral. And then there's a big difference between being neutral and being +3. It's actually like, it's kind of crazy. You can, like if you sub into someone's position and you notice their negative amenities and you raise those amenities somehow to the next tier, like their stats go up, what, like 15-20%? At this point in the game, it's a lot. And then on top of that, there's a big production difference as well. So I think that's why we've seen Kapachok prioritize, like all of his cards right now are amenities boosters, which is how he's able to get to +3 in all his cities.
Yeah, he's got retainers in, he's got liberalism, and he has Republican legacy. And I'm pretty sure he actually went for Stupa, which also gives +1 amenity. And he went for Colosseum. It seems like he really does favor those amenities, like you're saying.
Yeah, it's super important when you're free sim like this and you have the luxury to worry about it. It makes a big difference in your sim.
Yeah, true, because if you think about it, it's a 20% bonus across all yields, right? At +5 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also not having -1 also is another 10%.
Yeah, true. I guess I need to start paying more attention to amenities because I usually just kind of ignore them and I'm like, I can just grind through. But I guess that's not so true in a multiplayer game where tempo is far more important than resilience.
Definitely, tempo is important. And I guess if you're not fighting in single, I don't know how often you're making war moves in single player. But if you're not fighting, amenities are maybe a little easier to manage as well.
True. I mean, when you're playing single player, like you just have like an 80 turn grind war, and like you just let those amenities dip to like -4, and you just pray the city doesn't repel. And, like you grind your way through it, man. Because you have to imagine you're going up against like imagine playing against newbies who were just able to build twice as many units as you. Like it's just a grind, and they're like 1 unit ahead, but they're really bad. So you just have to grind through them. Oh, actually, go ahead. No, go ahead.
The good part about that, at least, is if you take 1 or 2 cities, then piece them, and let it go a couple of turns, the negative war awareness will reset, and you can keep on going.
That's true. That's true.
I believe.
Well, guys, what do you think is the chances of Rom surviving against Zulu? Like, I feel like the big part of it is gonna be Rom not having a general. Zulu is gonna get. Like, this is a tank general sub, right? There is gonna be 4 of them. So Russia is probably gonna get 1. I mean, I expect maybe Macedon will try to deny at least 1. And then there is only 1 left, and it's gonna be either Vietnam or Rom. Whoever doesn't get it dies.
Yeah, that's true.
And also there is a Zulu Ikanda plus military academy interaction, so his units are basically half cost.
What is GPT for each team? What's gold looking like? I mean, Sprig is making more gold than all of Du Hansa.
Yeah, but the problem is Zulu is just gonna be building, right, with 25% discount military academy, 25 Ikanda is half price unit, he's just gonna be building units non-stop.
Yeah.
He has more culture, he's getting boosted by Russia, so he's naturally gonna reach fascism and stuff faster.
I think you're right there. I think fascism is going to play a big part, like the timing of it.
I don't know, guys, by the way, did you see what's happening in French land?
Yeah, we were looking at that. I don't think it's GG for Hazagi, but this is an excellent play, isn't it?
I mean, it's gonna be the gold, the one that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, that's the goal. Oh my god, everything's gonna get pillaged. But also, what if Brenda had brought siege?
I don't think you can break it, no?
Oh, with 2 trebs, I mean, he can take that city, but maybe he just wants to pillage, actually. He doesn't
No,
care
I
too
think he
much
just
to
wants
take
to
it.
pillage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play, but what if he had brought siege?
Hope he's in raid, at least.
Yeah, he has right.
Okay.
Definitely, I like the cuirassier like push here, because I remember one time I was playing multiplayer, and I built only horsemen for like 30 turns, and then sent them at my neighbor, and I pillaged his entire land.
That's why m1oel is such a fun and balanced unit.
I think at the end I'd made like 4,000 or 5,000 gold from pillaging his entire empire. I didn't even hit his cities. I just ignored him, and he just sat there. He was like, "There's nothing I can do."
And not only are you gaining gold, he's losing tiles.
Yeah.
It's just devastating.
There's no coming back from this.
I just realized, guys, there might be even a better play for Zolo. I think he's gonna pass this general, and then Russia is gonna fave by it, and Zolo gonna try to deny all 3 tank ones.
Ooh, that's an interesting move. Because when you pass on a great person, it makes it cheaper to buy with faith, right?
Yeah. But the next one is gonna be only like what? Is it 270 points? So Zulu can take 2 as soon as it's unlocked by Russia.
But then who gets the 4th?
Good question. Do they have
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, do they have enough faith in the bank to double faith buy? Like, is that a crazy idea?
I don't think they have enough faith bank. It's pretty expensive at this point, and
Oracle?
There is Oracle discount. There is, I mean, the general is gonna get past. He's doing a project, so he's gonna get closer.
I think someone
Oracle
snatched.
Hungary.
Oh, sorry.
I think it was snatched because Hungary isn't building it anymore, so I think someone grabbed it.
Yeah, Russia got it.
Wait, did he?
Yeah. Also, the city got raised.
Oh yeah.
The Russian one on the coast. But I think Kabachuk is ready to resettle. Yeah.
What? What is...
Yes, a new set. And he was building Petra instead of actually Galley.
He's building Petra.
This is like Potato McWhiskey levels agreed right here. This is exactly how I play. I think Kabachuk is my new favorite player.
He just wants to be free soon. He just wants to build his wonders.
My favorite Kabachuk moment was when Noob was in an FFA next to him, and Noob is sending him all his traders because Noob is Portugal, and then Noob checks the traders screen, and he's like, "Oh, and Kabachuk is playing Eleanor, England. This is the important piece of information." And then Noob looks at his trader screen, and he was just like, "What the fuck, Kabachuk? Why are my traders giving me faith?" Built holy sites in every city as Eleanor, England.
Heroic. You got to respect the man who's on that. Wait, what is this? Is this another rat? A rat Aztec settler heading to the Great Plains of the South.
What is the settler of Kabachuk is heading in though?
It's Kabachuk. He's gonna block his own ally. Oh, I hope he does.
Wait, he can settle in that place because it's 4 tile out, even though it's inside his borders, because the border's already 5 tiles out.
Oh, that's true. Actually, he can settle there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's the naval traders with Mustang. Maybe.
I think you're just gonna start pre-building what boats on this side. This is actually usually a lot of people don't make this play, right? You pre-build, then you go for extremely late game. Oh wait, there is nothing. You blocked by snow. You can't. It's not gonna even melt.
You can't canhole. Yeah.
Unlucky.
But you can trade to Sulu. You could have traded to Macedon if you put harbor.
Get to nukes.
I mean, I'm not sure. Is this settler even worth it? Is they gonna pay off?
But it is naval traders. Sure.
Huh.
But I guess maybe he has.
I mean, at this
trading
point,
post.
I mean, at this point, you can just make a tunnel for traders to go through the tunnel, and you can make what is it, a railroad. Though making railroad in Timers tends to be a grief because it pollutes, so you lose favor quite
Okay,
fast.
now this is some Potato McWhiskey level strategizing late game.
True.
Does Tambov fall? I don't think it does.
Isn't he gonna have a steal soon?
Yeah. No. Okay. What?
Kind of,
Industrialization.
Why?
guys. Maybe you should be able to fave by boats as well.
Minus.
Plus.
Guess Kaba should have played Indonesia instead.
Yeah.
True.
I think Harold in needs of buffing. I think that's a good proposal, no?
Yeah.
Get out, Jack. Get out.
We have not been seeing enough Harold lately.
We do that, and with your proposal of making rams work with melee ship, it's perfect.
Yeah. And I think the longship should disembark and turn into Berserker.
Agree. Oh my god. Dude, they need to hire you.
Maybe you let it go through the rivers as well. It can pillage inland, like the Swedish Vikings did.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't that how they also travel to Moscow? No, to Russia to start
Byzantium.
like the Russian.
Wait, can we go see how much gold Trinda has pillaged? They've spent it already.
I was going to say, if you get a Viking longship into Byzantium's capital, it should turn into the Varangian Guard, which is like a hero unit that can kill, like it turns into Beowulf. Now that would be a spicy meme. God, I can actually just feel France's frustration here. Hazagi, like, you have this like incredible, beautiful city, and then just these cuirassiers roll in.
He was like the one free sim person that Barking Gang had, and his sim has been interrupted.
But this is what you need to do when you're in a game like this, where it's a little bit scrappy. Like, if you can, like, if any of these players could get damage on Russia, like if Vietnam could just run in and pillage stuff, they would 100% do it, because he's the free simmer, right?
Mm-hmm. It's much harder to pillage a Grandmaster Chapel Civ, because they can just get units up with no extra cost. I
mean, especially when it's Kabachok, who literally, like, the first thing he does in the city is, like, buy a tile and plant a holy site.
Mm-hmm.
He has a million faith to just bank units. He's actually banking faith, possibly going for the Great General Purchase play that Khornie mentioned, or was it m1oel?
Jack. I think Jack was the one who mentioned that one.
Oh, I absolutely named the two wrong people.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I get them mixed up all the time.
All Civ players sound the same anyway.
Okay, competitive meet. Oh, he got himself a free cuirassier. I feel like this Macedon player has had far too much RNG in their favor. All right, first they get the god tier river flood that like makes this city capturable, and now he's getting like free cuirassiers. Nerf this man.
Nerf that man. He had a very lucky game.
It's actually lovely that Macedon only made 3 cities. Like his starting capital and 2 expands, and then he's reaching tanks with 5 cities.
He only has. Oh, I guess he built a second Basilikoi, but he only had like 1 for the longest time. No.
Yeah, but like he still gets what stands from kills, which is pretty nice.
That's true.
Oh, Hungary back up to 3 cities. Potential comeback on the cards, guys.
Hungary's been engaged in an epic battle with what city state is that? Gazargamu. All game, and we've missed it, guys.
Nagazargamu.
What we missed?
Hungary's epic battle against Nagazargamu.
This city state feels like it's broken, because like a 30% faith or gold discount on unit purchasing. That's got to be nutty.
Yeah, I mean, really, Kabachok should have seized that.
What was he doing? Kabachok, get it together.
Get together.
I think he's saving, what is it, Cold War? I don't know. I don't think we can check the amount invoice he has, but he's probably banking for Cold War. Like, look, he's only the city of Kumasi with 7 invoice. So where is the rest of his invoice are? Oh, in Antananarivo. There's a lot in Antananarivo. But 12. I think he has more than 12. I mean, he's definitely gonna have control of all city-states with Cold War.
Has anyone built Kilwa? No, not.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh wait, the Zulu didn't go actually for the play with the general. He just took it. So I mean, Russia takes 1 next turn. Vietnam.
Does Rome get?
Rome might get it.
Oh, Rome building Kilwa.
Yeah, Rome's 5 turns from Kilwa. I searched every ounce of coastline to try and find it.
Thank you, Potato.
You're welcome.
Oh wait, look at this. Zulu is just killing with a cuirassiers, the Rome city.
Is he slapping through?
No wall,
Yeah.
Pudioli. Gonna get slapped in the booty-oli.
Wow, it feels so bad to have this city fall with so many chops left.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
On the siege?
I mean, there is nothing he can do, right? He doesn't have a general for cuirassiers, and it's an army.
That's so frustrating.
It just gets 2-tapped. Oh.
Yeah.
It's a sad day.
Does he keep? Would you keep m1oel? Doesn't. It's not a clear raise.
It's not too terrible, to be honest. You could keep.
Doesn't Zulu get extra loyalty when it has armies inside the cities?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
was
it does.
Oh, you could chop walls. So many chops.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could chop out walls in here, and like, you'd just be annoying, right?
How
You
close?
engineering, right?
How close is he to steel and Kang and? Okay.
So sad they don't have a naval guy to boost both refining and the steel with coal power plant and Ironclad.
Man, I feel like trying to do any aggression, like in late industrial, is just like shooting yourself in the foot because someone else will just go steal and like completely stop your push. I feel like if you're going to make action happen, it's got to have been like 10 to 20 turns ago. So I expect, like, am I right in saying that we're expecting this to go late and to nukes?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was obvious, well, like, as soon as the west and east side, you know, like, was kind of split between the teams, right? That one team killed the other team on the west, and the opposite happened on the east.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, the steel is a massive middle finger quite a lot of times.
Yeah, it's kind of like chopping out walls, which is worse.
I mean, it has 4 times more HP than the walls. It's just like
Yeah,
like
exactly.
all the rams don't work, and the worst part it like refreshes also the walls RAM. So you can have put an ancient walls, and then like you brought down ancient walls, and boom, a new wall, still walls full HP.
He's keeping it.
What's his loyalty? -20. Ooh. It's gonna be partisans spawning, maybe.
Oh no, he's keeping it. Never mind.
Yeah, you raised it. I do have to appreciate this beautiful road that he's built all the way through this difficult terrain.
That's the road of confidence right there.
All right, let me build a highway for my enemies to invade me.
Yeah, I've got to admit, sometimes I've been building that road, and it felt okay when I started building the road, but then as it's being built, I start wondering.
Oh my god, that Zulu core field can survive 2 shots and 2 cuirassiers hit.
Surprised he
general.
doesn't just fortify and promo instead of moving it back.
Huh. Do you think it would survive the next turn at like 60,
Yeah,
75 health? Yeah, maybe.
I think
You
the
know,
Armored Cruiser army can kill one.
You know what's the worst? Like, he's letting Zulu promote the charge on his tanks, so it's gonna be stacking on top of all other combat bonuses and obliterate Rome eventually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is not enough units for Rome, actually. These die in a couple of turns. It doesn't reinforce the lines. Which I guess
You know
he's
what?
doing, so.
You know what? If Zulu put right now the card from Scorched Earth, the one that gives extra generals, what is it called, military organization, he would deny a general. Because it gives like what, 2 for armory, 4 for military academy, that's 6 per encampment, fully built. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fully built Ikandas. That's
42 a turn, yeah.
Ooh.
yeah, on top of his base 48. So that's like 70 generals a turn.
He is running a couple of encampment trainings, I think, so it might not be...
Oh yeah, he does. But I mean, it doesn't help to run the card as well.
Yeah, true. I feel like those cards are like super undervalued because even like if you put that card in and you've built encampments, you're just like, thanks for all the generals.
I mean,
Dude.
definitely good. And if you get all now, the next one is gonna be, what is it, 840? Like after you take these 4?
Wait, you know, Russia, I don't know, is he running projects for encampment? No, he does. I was about to say maybe he was gonna fave by as well, but doesn't seem to be happening.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think this game should go too long. I think Russia should CV in a rather timely manner, if he actually wants to. Which he might not, considering it's Kabashov.
No, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a nuke and drag out.
I mean, with his faith income, if he decided to go rock bands, I think he could maybe close the game.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the enemy, there's nobody really defending culture at all.
But it's not the holy way.
Not the way of Kabachok, no.
Oh god.
Yeah, rock bands don't give you stats.
You know,
Don't
kind
give
of
you
reminds
score,
me.
don't give you stats. Yeah.
You know, kind of reminds me of Red Phoenix if you played with m1oel.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Was in
You
every
don't win the
lobby
game,
back
you
in the day.
concede to the king. I guess you're not familiar with him, but the Red Phoenix, you know, he would stream on Twitch, and usually his title was Return of the King, and then his gameplay usually revolved around nuking the entire world into concede. So that he would never go for victory condition, he would always force a concede through nuking every single piece of the land they have.
That's incredible. Sounds like my kind of player. Just trash talking people while you're nuking them. A beautiful play.
Wait, so did Rome and Vietnam both get generals?
You think so? Because, I mean, wasn't
No.
Zulu running a project? Oh, they already got it? No.
No, Macedon got one.
Oh,
Oh,
so
there's
it
only
means-
one left.
Oh no.
I don't know why, but Zulu canceled the project for some reason, but he would, like, on 2 turns, he would actually get it next turn, I think.
I guess he wanted to get some arties going.
Mm.
It can be easy. I find this, like, I see players like making like a small mistake like that and be like, but like the reality is, like, I'm looking from a top down perspective, so they might be making decisions, you know, that I don't understand.
For sure.
I mean, the problem is who needs the general more, whoever doesn't get a general will be facing a Zulu armies without a general, which is not the most pleasant thing.
Oh my god. Oh, look at
Jesus.
those grades. Oh.
93
man.
combat strength versus 76. That's
Just no general. Oh,
That's
and
a wrap.
Zulu has intel on him on top of everything. And the charge.
How does he has intel?
Yeah, how?
He has level 2 spy. Zulu, that is.
Oh, he didn't even need the terracotta. As you said, Jack, some people just get them.
Yeah, some people are just born this way, you know.
Yeah.
Others have their spies captured and killed on 99%. While another guy just rolls 1%, easy peasy.
Is it just me or did Hazagi lose a city?
Hazagi looked the city.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
no
He definitely lost like 4 cities worth of production though.
true. Nance is burning. Bolshoi Theater. I don't know what it is, but the Bolshoi, like, is this buffed or something? Because this has to be like one of the most. I guess it does award 2 free civics. This is like my least built wonder in the entire game. Because like by the time I build it, I've already won.
I mean, it's good because of it, two civics, especially if you can like boast something like around late industrial, late modern civic. That could be like 2k culture for free, considering like you're making like what 200 culture turn.
Yeah, true.
It's massive. Like, I don't know. Let's say it like lands on ideology, which costs 1,000 culture, right? And conservation another 900.
Yeah, it makes sense. I know. I've never built it, because the late game wonders, like, unless you're chopping them, they just feel like they take forever to build.
They are very expensive, yeah. There is talks to do a production rebalance of the later era wonders. To hopefully make them more worth building in more cases. Or not feel as bad building.
I mean, because like, like, let's just do a comparison, right? Christo Redentor awards 1 relic, extra tourism 1,600, production. And it's like Colosseum. Gives you a ton of amenities, a ton of culture, way earlier in the game. 400 production. Like, one of these is obviously better than the other.
I mean, Sydney Opera House costs more than a spaceport. That's fucking insane.
True. It's 2,000 production. Go ahead.
To be honest, there was a time where people actually liked building Sydney Opera House. Like, I remember a very, or rather famous multiplayer player, probably the best in the world at some point, Tordred, used to build it quite often, like 1.5, 2 years ago.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Sydney Opera House.
I mean, I think he did it on Sweden, no? It's a bit different, no?
Yeah, but I saw him build it on Greece sometimes as well. But yeah, mostly Sweden.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the fact that it cost more than a spaceport, I think that's a bit absurd. I mean, like,
Yeah,
and then there is a wonder, like, what is it? Hermitage gives 4 art slots, but cannot even be themed. Like, why it doesn't, like, auto-theme at least?
Yeah, it should be like every great work in this is like worth twice as much culture and tourism, you know?
I mean, just themed, no? Themed is means twice.
Yeah, that works too.
Because it's like stupid. You build a wonder, which is like, basically like a triple production museum.
Just play Sweden for it.
It's like the same. I mean, like there is so many wonders. Like I mean, even Colossus. Colossus is what 200 production market. I mean 400 production actually.
Yeah, Colossus. Maybe Colossus could do something extra, like, I don't know, +1 gold on naval trade routes, or, you know, something along that line.
I mean, just like anything. I mean, the thing is, right? It's bad, but it's still built because, like, you know, like if you play in Portugal, you kind of go tall and you want an extra trader, so you still build it, but it's just like really not worth it. The value.
No, for sure. Like, some wonders weren't built like other wonders. Like, Pyramids is easily, just like hands down, one of the best wonders in the entire game. I don't even think it's a question.
I'm pretty sure the production value like pays for itself after a while. Don't remember the exact number of turns, but I'm pretty sure it does. 220 prop. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 220 production wonder that gives you +1 builder charge, and so that's just so. Because you have to think about the fact that your builders are cheaper because you're building less of them, and the fact that you're getting more builder charges earlier. So it's just insane how strong it is.
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like Zulu was like kind of planning a tank push, but he decided I'm just gonna kill this guy before the tanks. that kind of works as well.
It went better than expected, I guess.
Is this just a case of Zulu reading Rome, or like Rome was like, okay, he's not going to attack till tanks, so I have time, and then he attacks anyway, and Rome just dies?
I mean, Zulu really got fat stats, right? And Rome kind of threw his game early in the game, going for Aztec and stuff, and he got out-attacked, and like Zulu just have like what? Mobilization armies, right? So it's like what? Armies +7, then +5 buff, plus he has a general another +5, plus he has intel on him, so he just like stacked up so many bonuses, right? Rome just cannot fight back.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. God, these cuirassiers are absolutely disgusting, and that bombard damage on Ravenna, man, like. I mean, I guess it is just ancient walls. He's 1 turn from steel. I think steel buys him a lot of time though, because like these bombards aren't going to break steel walls very quickly.
Yeah, but he keeps that city, and then he upgrades in 2 turns.
Ooh, that's true.
But still boosted by somebody. Oh yeah, it was not. Wait, no. Macedon is going to be the one boosting steel.
Oh.
Oh, guys.
He's providing value, man.
Is it possible? Did he capture a city? You know there is like Macedon bonus, which people always forget about. When you capture a city, you get like a Eureka and an inspiration based on the districts, right? And and in the late game, it can, I mean, drop on the stuff you naturally never boost, which helps Macedon again to stay relevant in situations when Avarse will just like be falling behind because he needs to attack last, and he also gets sense of producing units and killing units.
Well, it's true. He could have high rolled when he killed the Hungary scab. Maybe.
How tilting is it to lose a city one turn before you get steel?
Easily the most tilting thing.
I mean, it's rivaling not being able to take a city because your opponent just got steel the turn before.
True.
Both of them are really rough.
I think we can tell that which side of the equation m1oel is usually on and which side of the equation I'm usually on.
The worst part is not even losing cities. Like there is no army left for Rome, and France has no infrastructure to actually fight Zulu. After Rome falls, it's just gonna be all of this goes to France.
Yeah, here's my question. Like, what is Hazagi's team like? I forget the names again. Du Hansa, is it?
Barking Gang.
Barking Gang. What's their win condition here? Like,
I think
Outlasting.
Rome is asking the same question.
I mean, Hasagi might be able to get nukes, but I don't think he's beating Kabachok to nukes.
Yeah, he's a bit. He's not on pace for nukes.
Kabachok doesn't. I mean, even if Kabachok beats him to nukes, Kabachok has no way to deliver nukes to Hazagi, but Hazagi has a way because he's controlling the coast. The bigger problem is like Zulu is gonna arrive before the nukes.
Yeah, that's true.
France has no way to stop it. Like he doesn't have a general, he doesn't even have infrastructure. He doesn't have military academies. Right? So no pre-builds, no general, no infrastructure to build units. And like right now, Zulu for the rest of the game is just gonna be pumping armies at half the cost. And he's also getting boosted. He's at mass media, the Zulu that is. So fascism in I don't know, in the next 7-8 years, definitely before he arrives to France.
Spooky.
Yeah. That's even scarier that Zulu is having fascism before any of you in your team.
Yeah, like, I mean, there's gonna be so many stacked bonuses, right, that you can't do anything. And the level 2 spy, don't forget that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't like to be pessimistic about a game, but this feels like GG go next. You know, like this feels rough, and I feel like if I was like, you know, France, or if I was Rome here, I'd be like, you know, what am I playing for? And I guess because it's a tournament game, you want to play it out. Maybe you can pull off a Hail Mary victory of some kind.
I mean, I agree with you, and probably they're looking for some possibility, like Diplo-win, for example, but at this point they're probably considering that the chance of losing is really high.
I mean, the problem is like there is not even a culture who is gonna be denying Russia culture victory. That even if Kabachok doesn't want to go for culture victory, he just like passively from building all the wonders, which he's trying to get golden desperately with and getting the great works. He's gonna win.
I believe he actually could have won by now if he tried for it. Now or in the next 5 turns.
Yeah,
10 turns.
I mean, that faith income is insane. If he just like switched to Cold War, picks up rock bands, sends them to Zulu, that's a wrap.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if you guys saw, like Rome just shot with everything. Zulu Kurasira survived at 2 HP, went back and promoted.
Oh god, let's have a look at this combat strength difference, right? This Kurasira army here from Zulu, isolated with no friends, is 12 combat strength over this one that is with friends. That's insane.
And you know, this is the like when you roll in somebody this hard, you also get all the promotions. So the guy after it is gonna guaranteed to get rolled because of just like not only there's gonna be all these combat strength stacked up, it's gonna be a level 2. So like probably charge. If you can get like level 3, level 4 heavy cav, it's even worse because they get a combat bonus against other heavy cavalry, right? And then they have double attack and the Cossack ability. Like the level 5, because you know, like the level 3 promotions on heavy cav, they're both against heavy cav, and then another one when defending against heavy cav. So you, like, if they stack so much, like it's impossible to fight.
Also, Zulu gets to pillage like theaters and Gov Plaza and stuff, so his fascism timing will be even faster now.
Yeah, the plaza is actually quite important to pillage here in Fiat.
And 2 theaters as well. That's 600 culture, maybe 600 he gets from pillaging in total.
Yeah, I think this is. I think if. Whoa. Okay, I did not expect the city to die that quickly. Jesus.
Oh, I think he's trying to get golden. He wants to get that extra combat against cities.
Yeah,
Ooh.
right.
That's true. He only has 4 turns to get it. F?
Oh,
GG.
I tap out.
GG.
GG.
That's it.
Though its
That's
face
understandable.
may change throughout the ages.
Yeah, I could definitely see that coming at some point.
At what point did Barking Gang lose that? It's looking so good for them.
You are dare to say turn 1.
Really? You think turn 1 with the Russia start?
No, it's but that's what you're gonna see. That's what you're gonna hear in post-game analysis, you know. Guys, there was no chance. The game was decided. You know, I did my best, but lucky guy next to me just I can't do anything.
GG, well played.
It was all blood.
I tell you what, Jack, if you're right and that's the analysis, I'll give you a sub, okay? I'll sub to your channel.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey, listen, it's a gentleman's bet, okay? Can't go high stakes. What do you think was like the turning point for this game? Like, I know the players are probably going to say like maybe, oh, you know, it was a bad spawn. It was, you know, a rough start. My position, Hungary started next to Alexander. You know, what was the turning point, do you think, in this game that like like made it a win? Or was it just a case of like it was a very small accumulation of like a grinding out bonuses and like getting very slight advantages and building upon those?
I feel like Versus could have had a bit more units than he had, and that would if he doesn't lose North City, right? If he holds that, I think he could last for a while, especially with Levit units coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like just Fierce Fallen was like a massive blow to Barking Gang.
So really, you can almost trace this game going back to that one river flood in that unpronounceable city.
Yeah, it happens quite a lot. I mean, just like one player being irrelevant really makes the game
Hard.
almost one-sided. Yeah, and then I feel like Vietnam could have had put a lot more pressure, or at least, or something slow down on Russia contested Khornie. Yeah. Or else, no, it was Germans. Germans liberated m1oel. I mean, the Liberate is actually a huge play as well in the teamers because the Congress can just decide the game.
Yeah.
Did the Germans hold all the purple city-states all game?
Oh wait, guys, let's go post game 1.
Sure.
You lost. You got midlife on 2 or 3 units, and I lost literally 4 or 5 plus the HPCT on the worst timing possible.
2 times in a row, yeah. That was.
I think if you are really clean on your war move after that, you can kill me.
Yeah, I think so. I screwed up. Sometimes I didn't bring all the units at once, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe catapult.
Yeah, it happens a lot of time. Gets sloppy.
Yeah.
Hazagus, how many last move you have?
What do you mean last moves?
What do you mean you attack with faggots me, my m1oel? Hello, I just don't, and you shift enter back. No chance to attack you.
He attack at the end of turn.
I think he just commits every turn also.
And yeah, every turn there's a comet. So one time you kill my frigate for some reason.
Mr. Fierces, I missed it, but what went wrong?
2 flood.
Why didn't you go monumentality?
I brain lagged.
Ah, okay.
It's just a mistake. I not even a misclick. I just forgot. But I mean, it wouldn't have.
We think you pick him here, and we just won Spain with you.
What did you say?
Los Picos. We think you pick Chimeras for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mary is hard against Macedon and Aztec, and also Russia often denies River Goddess. So and I think Hungary is okay, but we need to not be 8 tiles from Macedon.
Yeah, it's on frontline. It's very.
I mean, it's okay as long as you can get some help from a city state, but I just die to the fluids here. No, nothing to say.
There was also no city state from any side of the Macedon, even close. I mentioned that when you pick Hungary, you know, it tends to spawn in the middle of the map, and usually the 1v1 matchups against war saves are fine as long as there is a city state somewhere around them, so you can kind of get, you can open a second front, right? And force him to split the units, or like you can defend with a city state, but like there was no city state on any side. There was only Vilnius, but it was so far away in the tundra. I mean, even in the snow, not in tundra.
And I think if you just hold your 1v1, you have a lot of impact. You just use 2 or 3 CS.
Yeah, and then you levy, and then.
Yeah. So I was okay to fight against Macedon, even if it's not ideal.
Yeah, but the flood screwed you there. I actually looked away.
I lost 5 units, 2 floods, 2 turns consecutive.
It looked like you were gonna halt, right? And I looked away, and then you. Yeah. and then like it said massive flood notification. I see lost city.
Yeah, I lost 5 units, literally.
Yeah, it killed all the units in front of the city and also damaged the city center second time.
You also had.
I remember I was watching it and I was like, oh, this city is fine, and then that second flood hit and I was like, oh, he's dead. Yeah, even after the first flood, like, fucked the whole war, but the second...
Yeah, Fierce, that's what I learned.
Like, okay, maybe I'm completely dead, like, not even...
what I learned from this game is that you should just never settle floodplains ever in this game.
Yeah,
Jack, покажи еду и production.
Kabachek wants to flex, guys, with the stats. He's asking me to show your, your production comparison to his.
Here, I stream.
By the way, he had 2 to base, 2 free deer, broken herb goddess, wonder, all included, Kabachek style.
Wait, do you mean Russia free sim is better than France free sim?
No, he just had extremely disgusting spawn on top of everything.
But last game about... I have better, I have cynth settle, hello.
Yeah, what about the first one?
Yeah, we almost remap for this. We saw the citrus in your resource.
Guys, I'm telling you, like, against this guy, he always remaps. Like, doesn't matter if he plays, sorry, not remaps, he always god spawns. Like, when I play Indonesia, I don't even get the God of Sea against him. He gets a relic turn 2 as Norway, it's fine.
Yeah, but hello, I have relic, but I spawn next to fucking Spain, minimal distance. It's not good spawn.
Do you have anything to say from the caster perspective?
I feel like Hazagi didn't expect that horse rush. I feel like Zulu could have denied you generals guy, by the way. Rome and you. Zulu made a settler. I think that was a big mistake, because yeah, you would you would just guarantee that Macedon would kill Hungary, and Rome would not be able to do anything against that stack.
You think they can deny me general? I mean,
I mean,
don't
he
know.
would deny one of
I
you.
put my encampment as fast as possible.
Yeah, I know, but he had it quite early. He could have denied. I think he put like 4 turns into settler, when he could have run a project in his capital and in the second city. So that would at least deny one general. I mean, it's either you or Rome. He would definitely deny. I don't know if he can deny 2, but he can definitely deny 1. And he had got a war on plunder and his Zolo, so maybe there was a chance.
Okay.
I don't know. It didn't feel like you were struggling on the strategics, did you? It looked fine there, no? For you versus.
No, it was okay. It was okay. I just lost alpha my army.
I mean, you can't.
Dude, I was so I felt so safe that I was starting audience in my capital when.
Yeah, I saw. But like, he got 7 Hitori at the time. Like, it felt for a second that you didn't have enough units. Then you had enough units because you popped that sword and then made
yeah,
another.
4 swords and 5 archers with promotions. It was okay. And
I
the
mean,
river was the land is pretty defensive.
Yeah. I mean, there was a bunch of 1-3, so he can't really like make a bunch of range units to shoot from his side, right? And I don't know. I mean, you can't really blame the river, right? I mean, you can blame the river, but like maybe I don't know. Maybe you should settle back, settle.
I can't. There is a Eagle Warrior.
Oh yeah. That was Eagle.
I was like forced to go here, and it's the best city by far. Like 4-2 wheat.
Even before the flood, I think m1oel was looking at it as well and thinking that maybe there was still a way to get to the city.
Yeah, I think Macedon could have maybe gotten it with a bit different moves in the beginning.
Yeah, I also forgot sometimes to move like I wanted to move last turn, but then I forgot one unit. Fucked up a bit there.
I think occasionally, one mistake that was pointed out was that you didn't always like move your general for Heteroi bonus. Like you missed like 1 or 2. No, it's not a huge mistake. It's like not perfect, you know.
Yeah. I mean, probably true. Yeah.
Oh, I want to ask Kazaki, why you didn't kill Antananarivo instead of m1oel?
Because m1oel stronger. Better city, it has 3-2 banana horse, and it's closer to Aztec, so I can then do something on him at some point. Antan is quite shit actually, not that much heals.
Oh, you can let him liberate it.
I mean, there was like 2 heals to the left and 2 horses. I mean, I just felt like you want to keep m1oel since you went full naval. But... Also, the plaza. Can you describe the reasoning behind this plaza, Mr. Hazagi?
Yeah, please tell us.
It's free plaza.
Discount.
No, not discount.
He couldn't buy any tile and he didn't want to waste a chop. But I think I prefer wasting heal. I think there was a 2-1 heal for free. I think it's better.
I mean, I would just place it next to harbor, no? Just for like, I mean, it's 2 production on the shipyard later anyway.
Yeah, but there is a ship and there were forests.
My shipyard is shit anyway, I wouldn't even buy it actually, build it actually. Like look at my fish, it's all shit.
I mean, it kinda sucks, French, smallest continent, free sim.
Yeah, 2 times an hour.
If we just switch France and Hungary, we are so...
Yeah, you have a good game.
Yeah.
Jack, do you think with your proposed Chateau buff, you think you would have Giga Sim this game? If it came at irrigation instead?
I don't know.
Civil service?
I changed that opinion when I realized that Chateau actually means castle in French.
Well, we learn every day, I guess.
Yeah, we learn every day. I don't know, maybe Vietnam could have... I mean, like, I feel like, I mean, Vietnam was too late to get in the general, right? You couldn't really do anything.
I had to project if I wanted one, but no.
It felt like to me that like Vietnam was stuck between a like rock and a hard place, and that they like couldn't actually like slow down Russia.
I think I chose the wrong triangle for my encampment. Maybe I should have settled on the right instead of the left. But it was pretty shit.
Kabachok, people want to know if it's your first tournament game win.
But it's not final. Well,
No, just like overall in the tournaments. Is it in the team games? Is it your first?
hello, I win Iron Man last time.
But it's not team versus. Почти. He means almost as if he lost.
Там настройки перепутали, алло. Там сделали все неправильно, так бы 100% победа была бы. Ну да, получается, что да. Обычно я очень быстро дохну. А тут что-то пошло.
Oh, Mr. Carrier, you're here. You wanna say something informative?
Yeah, I wanna say put the bucket away. Enough milk, man. You know?
Yeah, we have a duel to play, Jack.
It's too late. Come on, it's 1:30. You think I'm gonna start the game at 1:30?
m1oel, go Dota.
Come play Red Death.
Yes, go Red Death. Proppy as lobby. Go Red Death.
I'm gonna go.
Call some CFR guys.
I'm gonna go get ready. Would anyone like to say anything that they think is like informative about the game, or say any analysis before I go?
Crickets.
Yeah.
Rip.
This is your moment, okay, to entertain me. What is the?
Нет, кстати, Джекус, мы же в цифраж дошли почти до полуфинала на CJJC прошлое.
I think the educational stuff is over, Potato, fortunately.
All right, cheers. I guess it's just memes from here on out. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the great game. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I love you all. See you guys later.
Yeah, see you.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Now that was fun. I enjoyed casting that game. It was a little bit of a different style than working with Michael. I kind of went into it with like energy, and then I realized I needed to like dial back and let them talk a little bit. How did you guys find that game? What did you think? Game 2 is tomorrow. Game 2 is tomorrow. Like, were you happy with the game? Were you happy with the casting style? I was pretty happy with the casting style. I think the only problem I have with this cast is I'm not familiar enough with the Civ 6 multiplayer scene, nor was I familiar enough with these players and their stories and stuff like that to be able to take part in like the in-jokes and all that sort of stuff. So that made it a little bit more difficult for me to actually like cast and say useful and relevant stuff. So I kind of felt a little bit off kilter and out of my confidence zone, just a little bit on this cast. But otherwise, I thought it was a great cast. I like Jack, but he's asocial. Can you not bully Jack, okay? Jack is incredibly insightful, and he also seems really, really nice. And he's like a little edgy, which I appreciate. Like he has no problem like calling things cancer and being a little bit like, provocative. So I appreciate that about him. Are you going to be a multiplayer player now? I think my long-term plan with Civ is eventually to transition into doing a little bit of multiplayer. A lot of multiplayer content like guides, tutorials, shoutcasts, tournaments. I would like to do a captain's tournament where I get like, say I got, I don't know, 4 of the best multiplayer scene players, and do a like protect the king kind of game where he is the king and he's only allowed to have 1 city and he has to try and tell like 4 total newbies how to protect him from the other team. I thought that would be kind of fun. Obviously it's kind of just like a race to nukes. Whoever nukes the king wins. So we could do like fun things like that where we just do like 4 best of 1 or a couple, or I could run my own tournaments. There's a lot of fun things that we could do. The T90 for Civ. I don't know if I'll ever become the T90 for Civ, because here's the thing about T90. T90 is fantastic. I really like his content. The problem is that T90 can cast like an Age of Empires 2 game can be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, say, right? And let's say they air around the 25 to 35 minutes. So he can cast like maybe 2 games an hour. It takes me 4 to 6 hours to cast 1 game. Do you want to join a game? Do you want to join a competitive team for 4 versus 4? I don't know if I would join a competitive team for 4 versus 4. I think I would like to get into 4v4. I think it seems fun. I don't like free for all very much. I like the teamer idea, the way that everyone has a role and they play a different role. I definitely feel like there's room for me to play a little bit about that. Oh my god, you're bullying Jack. Teams help with balance. Yeah, true. T90 is a real life big game caster, so he's super experienced. What? But yeah, I think there's huge potential. I think there's huge. Why is my microphone so loud? What is happening? Why am I clipping? Oh my god, why am I clipping? Why am I clipping? Jesus Christ, hold on. Let me get this under control here. Why am I clipping? Hey, Spuddies. Hey, Spuddies. Okay, that feels like an appropriate volume. I thought I was clipping there. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. I think I'm going to be interested in getting into Civ 6 multiplayer a little bit more. See, I think the problem I had with Civilization multiplayer was the free-for-all aspect, but I think the addition of teams is kind of neat. You know what I would love to see in Civilization multiplayer? I'd love to see team bonuses. I think we should bring back the Age of Empires. Like, if you have Russia on your team, maybe you should get some sort of bonus, right? In Tundra. If you have Canada on your team, the whole team gets like a Tundra bonus. I think that would be kind of cool. Because, like, you know, I don't know. I think there's potential and ideas there. How do I pause this game? I guess I can't pause it. Oh, God. And I think there's also room here for me to do, like, spectator memes, like watching AI play the game. I think there's a lot of Civ content that I haven't explored just because partially due to laziness and partially due to, like, a lack of motivation. But I have, like, incredible motivation for the game right now. And I'm going to try to sustain that for the next, like, couple of years and really make some really, really great Civ content. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow will be game 2. You're doing a great job commenting these multiplayer games, being interested in the single-player perspective to the multiplayer game. Yeah, well, I figure there's kind of 2 reasons that I'm doing it. Well, there's a bunch of reasons that I'm doing it. One of the main reasons is that Civ 6 multiplayer content is just, it's interesting, right? It's different, it's new, it's a whole scene that we can take part in, and it's content that people otherwise wouldn't get to see. So that's kind of fun. And then the other reason is that I can help grow the scene. I can help take part in it and put voices and eyes or give people a voice and put eyes on people who put spotlight on people. I can host people. I can do all that sort of stuff to put a little bit of emphasis on the multiplayer scene. I do need to get into it more. Why don't teams play as Babylon? Babylon is usually banned as far as I can tell. But yeah, that was great. I'm going to go ahead and get shut down for the night. I'll get ready to, somewhere in the next 20 minutes, expect the next American Preserve video to come out. I'd meant to release it before this, but obviously I got held up in the doctor's office, so, you know, all that sort of stuff happened. But expect a video to come out from me in the next 20